Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching. What's going on, everybody? Hello, KB, Japan AAA, Lady of Cali, Veruca Saul, Bernice Pratt, Sherry Wilson, Alley Cake, Charisma, Cheryl, Chicken Wing, Olga P. King, DM, Rebecca, I said Alley Cake, Lillian Gale. Hey, there's Lillian, look at that. And Keith Hubert and I guess Ginger Keys. All right, what the hell's going on, everybody? That's just kind of like I put everybody's names in the PDF file. Not in just these certain segments. I just wanted to read it because when I was reading it the first time, I remember just spending most of my time trying to make sure I, using the context, put the right name in it in some of these earlier pages. And then I'm going to read somebody's emailed me a like an article discussing, kind of the situation, just a different article though, it has nothing to do with the case, but with Jennifer. So it's weird, underneath the video last night, you get people, it's almost like they didn't listen to the show, Here's what I was saying. What's strange is last night people were saying stuff like, or, even in the emails this lady sent me, she's saying that it's like 50 more times likely that a male that the mother is either a boyfriend or a new step-husband would assault a child, right? And so what's funny is like, that's why I'm saying, why do any women that have a child date anybody? Because if you're if you believe in that, then aren't you being negligent by even dating somebody and bringing them around your child because you believe that these other people are so dangerous to your kid? And then they go, well, they didn't let him sleep in the same bed. What does that have to do with anything? It has nothing to do with anything. Yeah, they might actually be accurate. But, here's the thing. Let's say it's 1 in 1,000, right? And then it's 10 in 1,000. That's, or 5 in 1,000. Oh, no, 50 times would be 50 in 1,000. So instead of 1 in 1,000, it's 50 in 1,000. Right? Is that right? 50 times. So one time would be 2, then, so 50, yeah. That's pretty obvious. So it's the same thing. It's like if it's 1 in 1,000, that means it's 50 in 1,000, which is still, it's not an incredibly, it's 950 other people are good. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean, it's just so strange that the attitude that I see, it's kind of shocking, sort of embarrassing, really, that people are so anti-men. It's just like we're all just these sickos, we date a lady that has a kid, and man, we just can't keep it in our pants. We're just so, oh God, you know, whatever. It's kind of sad that you guys have that belief system. You know what I'm saying? It's just weird. So it's strange. So the inevitable conclusion, you guys, is exactly what I said last night. If you are a single mother, based on the attitude that everybody had here, you should not get remarried before your kid is 18, and you should definitely not have a boyfriend before they're 18, and never, by any means, allow your child to be anywhere near this person or alone for a few minutes. Like, even if you have to go to the bathroom, bring in your daughter with you and have them sit right next to you, because in that little time when you were in the bathroom, they could have done something. Yeah. See how crazy that gets, you guys? Hey, thanks, Cheryl. Hey, Father's Day wave. Hey, thank you. I could definitely need some help today. And by the way, happy Father's Day to all the other fathers out there. You've probably missed a few days here, Lily and Gail. But, you know, what they were saying was, like, you really can't trust a male if it's not the biological father. It's like, yeah. Yeah, I mean, so I mean, if you guys are really believing this stuff, what Rebecca just said is absolutely true. It's a good practice to not date until kids are 18 years old. There you go, because then they're adults and they live somewhere else likely. Yeah, and then everybody like Olga keeps bringing up sleep in the same bed thing. It has nothing to do. That is unrelated. Because if you trust somebody, then that shouldn't matter. Like, if you have a stepfather, let's say, and a kid's scared, let's say the mother flew out. Okay, the reason this got brought up yesterday was that, it was that there was a. I said, if you had to fly out of town and you had a stepfather and you had an 8-year-old girl child, is it okay if the stepfather stays at home while you go on that trip? And they go, absolutely not. You have to put them with the biological dad when you're on that trip. And I'm thinking to myself, why are you married to that person? Because if you ever have that suspicion, like you're going, man, I don't know, man. When I leave, my husband, he might get divorced tomorrow, everybody. I mean, get divorced tomorrow if you feel that way. Hey, welcome. That's what she said. And chicken wing and alley cake. Got a slow start tonight. Slow start. Yeah, see, like Olga is thinking, yeah, I gotta be at the step. Isn't that crazy? And it's so weird because people get so offended in the comments. Let me read one of these ones from yesterday. What is this one? It's crazy. Listen to this. Watch this. But anyways, if you guys are out there and you want to help support the Grant Hughes Investigates YouTube channel, I would appreciate it. It allows me to continue to do the stuff that I do. I do a lot of, deep dives and all kinds of different cases. Kind of stuck on this one currently because there's a lot of documents that came out. There's 800 only probably about 400 or 500 usable pages, but yeah, that's true, Boombox. Man, the government must be absolutely negligent by ever letting a dad or somebody adopt a kid, a man. Yeah, let's see. This is yesterday. Let me find the comment. Okay. Sort by newest. Yeah, what is this one here? Oh yeah. How about this? The chances of a stepfather assaulting the stepdaughter is 10 times more likely. This was not a one-time thing. The man did the things to this child from the time she was 8 until she was 13 and then killed her. How about you open your mind and understand the risk? I do understand the risk. I do understand it. That's the thing. See, people like this don't listen or hear. They just hear what they want to hear because they have an opinion. I've said 100 times, yeah, it's more likely. Yep, we know that. But there's a lot of good guys out there. And it's crazy to lump them all into the same one. And I'm saying if you can't trust somebody, then don't be with them. If you even have that sneaking suspicion. And then right over here it said, one more thing. Do you have a daughter? Shit. Oh, God. Yeah, there you go. This is the classic, just absolute whack job. All right? Can't answer those. You know, I don't do those. Mm-hmm. Well, maybe Japan did, but jeez. Yeah, it's just weird, you know. I don't know. And there's a whole bunch of comments like that. I'll say it at the beginning of the show is that I think that, you know, letting a sending a boyfriend, I mean, even if it's been there for 7 years and he was like a stepdad, to go up to a different room and sleep together in a room to be away from her so she can get a good night's sleep is weird. It's weird, you know. But to me, it's not negligence. Like people go, "Oh, it's negligent." Oh my God, because that's you thinking. Like if you had a boyfriend that you really trusted and you were in a situation where that seemed to be the norm in this house, like because she liked to sleep in her own, to sleep with somebody, it was just normal in this arrangement for some reason. Okay, it just was. All right. But the thing is screw it. I don't even want to talk about it anymore. It's just shitty. I'll get back to it later. It's not worth it because nobody ever, you know, people don't try to get it. They just want to go, no, Gray, no. So currently we're at $5 for the night, everybody. Our goal is, as every single night, $2.50 to get to the goal, and we're just struggling along. So if you can help support the channel, that would be fantastic. For those of you who appreciate that I actually can think, and I'm not just one of the people that jump on a bandwagon for the sake of jumping on a bandwagon, I would appreciate it. The other people that don't agree with me will not be sending in one super chat. So I'm going to need your help. All right. So I think it's, there's part of the interviews up here, but I'm just going to start down here in this area. I just want to read this again with the names put in. That way I can just focus in on what it's saying. Yeah, Truth Sleuth, but did you ever have that sneaking feeling, you know? That sneaking feeling. I don't know. I was thinking of starting up there, but I kind of filled in names in this segment, right? These segments right here. And then this one I don't really want to do because it gets into the, you know, the CSAM crap and all that. Right, so you'd be negligent if you ever went to the store and left them alone at home, Truth Sleuth, based on the comments that we're hearing in here. You know, you never know what would happen if you left them alone. And the fact that you trusted him means that you aren't very vigilant. You're trusting that guy means you are not vigilant. Don't ever trust a man again, lest you be called an abuse. Forget. You guys are just... And then everybody jumps back to, well, we don't let him sleep in the same bed and everything. That's not the point. The other comments you guys are making outside of that is the issue. Okay? We all get that that's crazy. Yeah. Anyways, I'm just going to start right over here. It's kind of on a second page. I asked Stefan if he called what time he went to the vape shop, and he advised he believed at around 11. So I kind of want to, this is page 30 here, and I have the vape shop written down now, so let's just see. No, so Stephen Stearns is at home there. 10:55. Then he heads out. Now it looks like it's coming out of the area. No, it's still at home. And now we're at 11:03. And now it appears he's moving, heading up that direction, north. And so it's probably right there on John Young Parkway. 11:03. And then 11:03, this is picking him up, so he's likely at this time, could be like right in this area, because that line and this line and this, there would be an intersection there. Let's see where that vape shop. They named the vape shop. Weird. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's right here, called E-Smoker. Right in this area right there. It's actually very close to where the grandmother works. So it's right here, and this kind of looks about like what we're looking at on the map here. So see how it goes up and then curves. That's right up here on, hold on. That's right there on the map. And then Jen's phone is right in this area. It's interesting too, because at 11 o'clock, if he goes to the vape shop, the vape shop is really close to, I think, hold on, where her, okay, it's not absolutely close. This is where the Cloud Medical Group Family Medicine was, where apparently she went. Because this is where her phone stops, right around in this area here. So when Jen goes to the doctor at 9, she actually leaves the house. She says 9:30, but it's really like 9:48 or 49, That was just her memory, 9:30. And then she gets there, and then she's there for like until 11 something. So this right here is Stephen Stearns using his dad's phone. That one's picking him up. Let's see. Hold on. Let me just do it like the way they have it. Yeah, so right now Jennifer's heading home, and he's actually at the vape shop pretty much right now. That's 11:16. But then it has him up in this area, which isn't really where the vape shop is. That's way up here. He's passing the school again. See? but he's actually going, it looks like, on Central Florida Greenway, heading maybe that way. Or he could just be over in this area there. And let's see. So the vape shop's right there. Let's see if does that work. I think that might actually work for that. Yeah, so that pinging, the vape shop, it works. You know, so he might have actually gone to the vape shop at 11 because he doesn't have Madeline in his vehicle anymore. Anyway, so it's eSmoke Online Vape Shop, which is located at 13651 Hunter Oak Drive, Orlando, Florida. After making the purchase, Stefan returned home where he remained until approximately 12:45 hours. At that time, Stefan left the residence, heading to the area of US 192 to run several errands. Jennifer had mentioned to Stefan she wanted to make a BJ's Wholesale Club list. And let's see, she wanted to make a BJ's Wholesale Club list and wanted Stefan to be back in time to go with her to pick up Maddie. While on US 192, Stefan visited some card shops because he is a nerd, he said, and there was a new card that had been released. Stefan stated he visited Coliseum of Comics, stopped at a couple of Targets, and was going to go to House Rules Games on Oak Street and US 192. So those are, let's see, where is that one? I think that's way down in this area. Well, earlier today I actually got that location, but I don't see, the pin isn't active currently. So I'll have to take a look at that later. Stefan stated he visited Coliseum Comics. That's right. Let's see, I do have Coliseum Comics. Let's see. So that's way up here north again. So that might be, you know, he goes into there because it's getting close to that hotel and he wants to make it look like, I don't know what he's doing, man. This guy's all over the place. I don't know, Cheryl. I guess Father's Day was an anti-gray day. The worst start of a show in a long time. Hey, and tell WNC Granny jumped in there. Thank you. Why, my God. Jesus. Thank you, WNC Granny and Cheryl. Yeah, I don't really care about this stuff because that's all garbage up here. I just want to see more of this stuff down here. So it said, Jennifer then contacted Stefan to let him know Maddie had not come home. You know, he did say, this part's kind of important. It says, Stefan said he visited Coliseum Comics, stopped at a couple Targets, and was going to House Rules Games on Oak Street and US 192. So that is way down here. Do I have it clear down here? It's kind of in this area. I'm going to have to go load it up again now. House Rules Games. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. So let me just move this up a little bit to that part at the top. Okay, that's right here. So see, he's on 192, and he said he was going to go to House Rules Games, which is right there, but he got a flat tire just before getting there, and then he pulled into one of these, you know, little mall area here. You know, these little, I'm not sure what you call them, but these smaller little places. And then hung out there. But it's weird because after that he drove way down here and made his way all the way down. So that isn't where he had his flat tire, but that's what he's telling them. Yeah, strip mall, that's right. Something like that. I'm not sure if that's what he called it. Oh, he's called it Plaza. Stefan then stated it had been about 10 years since he changed the tire and had made many rookie mistakes in the process and ended up pinning his thumb in between the jack and the frame. So maybe that's an alibi to an injury that he has. I asked Stefan which plaza he pulled into, and he stated he was not sure, but believed it was before Oak Street. Right, so that Oak Street's where that House Rules Gaming is. Thanks, Michelle H. and Linda Howe. Now, Stefan then stated he did not make it back in time because he got a flat tire, and Jennifer left to pick up Maddie without him. Stefan called Jennifer to tell her what happened and apologized profusely for not being back in time to go with her to pick up Maddie. Once back at the residence, Stefan hung out and straightened the apartment as he waited for Jennifer and Maddie. You kind of like, what does that mean? Like you're over there making sure everything looks okay because she's missing, or what? Like you went up to your second floor bedroom really quick and. Thank you, Georgina Stoliker. And thanks for gifting a membership, WNC Granny, to Farouk Assault yet again. Jennifer then contacted Stefan to let him know. Let me turn this down a little bit. Jennifer then contacted Stefan to let him know Maddie had not come out of the school. At this time, Stefan began getting worried and started making phone calls to Maddie's family, asking them to be on the lookout since she may be walking to them. According to Stefan, this is when everything started going downhill. I then asked Stefan if it was normal for Maddie to not have her phone, to which he replied, Maddie was severely ADHD. It's her fault. As it doesn't really say that. As is her mother, and he, Stefan, advised due to this, it was not unusual for her to forget her phone. I asked Stefan if she was on medication for ADHD, and he stated she normally took her medication, but had not done so the week prior due to being in her grandparents' residence most of the week. Well, why wouldn't you take it regardless? Resulting in Maddie being very spacey. Stefan then stated Jennifer's hours had changed to work, which is why he had driven up here to help. So he came all the way up. He's just such a great guy, I mean, think about how cool that is for Stefan Stearns to, not think about himself and drive all the way up there to help Jennifer when her hours changed. I mean, he's amazing. Did you hear what Gray said? He said Stefan Stearns is amazing. Yeah. Imagine having to deal with the brains of the people that make those kind of comments on a daily basis. Let's see. Have her phone, to which he replied. And then it says, Stefan then stated Jennifer's hours had changed at work, which was why he had driven up here to help. As Detective Acosta was reviewing the map, Stefan asked if he had messed up his streets again and reiterated that he was bad about streets in Hunters Creek area, I'm sure. I informed Stefan he mentioned he made a U-turn at the church to see if he wanted McDonald's again, to which he agreed. I asked Stefan if he had gone anywhere else since they had time to kill, to which he stated, no. I asked Stefan if there was any reason why he would be back on John Young Parkway, and he stated when he tried going to McDonald's the second time, he would have made a left instead of looped around. Hey, thanks, Wendy Van Rokel. Responsible father example. And also, thank you very much to Brown Eyed Girl. All right. For a cat eye donation. Let me see if I can turn that on just in time. Maybe I can catch that on the screen. McDonald's and ordered a sausage egg. Yeah. If you just want a McDonald's, order. I like sausage McMuffin. Okay. Let's do a quick poll here. Just a second. I'll do it on this one over here because then I can add a. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, we might get the avocado dance if I get lucky. Alright, there you go. See what you guys like there. Anyways, thanks so much up there. Very kind. Brown-eyed girl. Da, 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 da. Oh, there it is. Crime dust. There we go. Going around about me and the crew about something we did was supposed to do. You might not have heard it, or maybe you have not. First, so well, that goes like. Get angry and all uptight. You say what you want to spam on that night. All another good day was rocking the house. That's what the woman was all about. Hey, the McGriddle has the already has the syrup flavor in it. See, here's what's really good. You take a sausage McMuffin with egg and you dip it into the syrup they give you. Oh, it's awesome. But you dip that in there and you eat it. And then they invented the McGriddle, which kind of has the syrupy flavor, pancakey type bun with a sausage in the middle. Oh, no, it's good. It's good. Oh, yeah, it's good stuff. But, yeah, when I went to Australia, they didn't even know what a peanut butter and jelly sandwich was. Can you believe it? He goes, what the hell is this? I was like, well, are you kidding me? That's all everybody eats. It's like their Vegemite, I guess. Yeah. Unbelievable. Maybe they've changed since it, but they never even heard of a, yeah, they eat Vegemite. I said that, Barbara. But I was shocked when the guy goes, peanut butter and jam sandwich, or whatever his accent was. Yeah, I guess you have to, Vegemite's sort of this acquired taste where you have to spread it just right on toast. A thin layer. It's not meant to be caked on like peanut butter. Where women glow and men chunder? No. I lived there for 3 months one time now. My dad was on a sabbatical. Lived in Melbourne for 3 months in 1980, 81. I can't remember exactly. But I have the original pair of... Here, I got them right here. Look at that. Here, check it out. Look at this. Look at that. I have the original. These are original Ugg boots. I just got the soles put back on them. But look at this. These are right when they were invented, like the same year. in Australia. See that? Look at that. With the so these are like the taller ones that they had back then, but yeah. So I still have the whole pair from. They're 44 years old now, which is pretty crazy, right? Yeah. So there you go. And so what do we got up here? We have sausage McMuffin with egg, number 1. Yep, you can't go wrong with that one. Can't go wrong with that. Yeah, those were sweet. Yeah, I agree with that one. One juror matters for sure. Definitely underrated. Definitely underrated. I think I have to figure out how to. Maybe there's a way I can take the screen in here, and if I move it over like that, maybe something like that, a little bigger, I guess. Yeah. Fan of the Brady Bunch as well, yeah. Really? All right. Yeah, sausage biscuit were good too, with syrup. All right, so here we go. Let's keep going here. I asked Evan if he had gone anywhere else since they had time to kill, to which he stated, no. I asked Stefan if there was any reason why he would be back on John Young Parkway, and he stated that they tried going to McDonald's the second time. He would have made it. He would have made a left instead and looped around. I asked Stefan to show me on the map where he referred to. Stefan stated he was originally going north on John Young Parkway, turned left at McDonald's, that makes sense, towards the school, and made the U-turn at the medium located at Lilac Cove Lane and Town Loop Boulevard. So here's what he's saying. What he did was, I'll show you exactly where that is. Right here. He turned left at McDonald's. He's on John Young Parkway. This is what he said. I think some of this stuff is where he did drive intentionally to be seen on camera with her, right? Then he comes up here like this. And what's weird is he says he turns around at Lilac Cove here. How do you do a U-turn here? You can't do it. If you do a turn here, yeah, there's no way to do this, what he's saying here, okay? So if you can't do a U-turn here. You have to do a U-turn right here. You could probably pull one off. But right here, it's a medium. Let me show you. Like you're right here on the ground and you're driving. How do you do a U-turn? He drove through the middle there? Does that make any sense to anybody? And he said Lilac Cove Lane and Town Loop Boulevard. Stefan then went back to McDonald's with still time to kill. And he again stated she did not want McDonald's, so he gave her a cheese Danish pastry he had from home. Now that's amazing that he threw that in there like an idiot, and they're going to find that there's no Danish pastry in her stomach. Or if there is a Danish pastry, and he did give it to her at home, well, he couldn't have because she wasn't alive at that time. I don't know, man. It's just, he had from home. Stefan headed north on John Young Parkway, turned eastbound towards Town Center Boulevard, and made a right towards the school. I asked Stefan if he recalled what time he dropped her off, and he advised he estimated at 8:20 to 8:40. I asked Stefan if he had the Google Maps application on his phone, and he advised he did, but he was not mapping it at the time. At this time, I asked Stefan if he would mind if I looked at his map, to which he stated he did not, unlocked his phone, and handed it to me. As I previewed Stefan's Google Maps, Detective Acosta confirmed Once again, the route he took that morning. Detective Acosta informed Stefan he stated he had gone up John Young Parkway through Town Center Boulevard and made a right on Town Loop Boulevard before he dropped, let's see, when he's saying a right, it's left is what they're trying to say here. They're saying the wrong word. It's left. It's left on Town Loop Boulevard. That's how you get to the school. There's no right. So these guys are writing it down incorrectly. He already said left above. All right, so that's an error on their part. I remember catching that the first time. He said left specifically, and they keep saying right now. Let's see, because it was John Young Parkway through Town Center Boulevard and made a right on Town Loop Boulevard before he dropped her off before the underpass south of the church. Stefan again stated Maddie enjoyed the morning walks when the weather was cold and how she did not like to get dropped off in his car because it was an image thing. Stefan informed Detective Acosta the bell usually rings at 9:15, and he had dropped her off that morning earlier than typical since they had made really good time. Yeah, well, you originally brought her there at like 7 something, you know. Yeah, so this can't be correct when it says John Young Parkway made a right on Town Loop Boulevard. All right, this is John Young Parkway right here, and this is Town Loop. If you took a right there, it doesn't work. A left goes right up to the school and under the underpass. Okay, so I don't know if it's them writing it down wrong or what's going on, but this definitely isn't correct. All right. Stefan advised Detective Acosta the morning he dropped Maddie off at school. She had her school laptop, which should still be with her. I mean, look how he mentioned all these things, and they found all this stuff, and they know he's full of crap because he threw it in the garbage. Stefan described Maddie's backpack as black with grayish hibiscus flowers on it. Detective Acosta asked Stefan if Maddie had ever run away for any amount of time, to which he stated Maddie was very dependent on them and would probably not know what to do if she were to run away. Stefan also stated Maddie was not the type to run away and that she was a good kid. She really made me happy. He talks about her so strangely. Hey, thanks, Lillian. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And thank you, Astral Clover. Thank you for all the hard work and dedication to these cases. Hey, well, thank you very much. Yeah, today I wasn't able to make a video, so I don't have any accompanying side income coming in. I'll make one tomorrow, though. It's going to be more like what was, kind of just going over Jennifer's timeline using the cell phone data and, basically, I guess I could probably even start the night before, but just her and see if it matches up. And I'll compare it to actual time, things that she said compared to actual times. Would you guys be interested in that at all? I want it to be, it's going to be up until she gets home and then when she leaves the house in the morning. Okay? So that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, it's not absolutely 100% right on, but it's 19 minutes later she leaves the home than she said, etc. But I think the timing works pretty good. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I didn't see anything. There's a couple of things that are kind of interesting on the data that they're giving us. All right, I'll just show it to you in the video though. That's one cell tower's arc angle is not showing, even though there's a larger circle that she's in, the one cell tower arc angle has her, she should be because of that, should be on the left, but she's apparently supposed to be on the right a little bit, outside of that arc. Now, I don't know if there's things that happen on cell towers and with buildings around, can it like deflect off and go back onto a different side of the pie piece, etc. Don't know. Yeah, you got to put those in super chats there, Enlightened One. How did Maddie get from the condo to Stephen Stern's car? I don't know what you're saying. I have no idea what that means. As he parked... oh, you mean parked in the... how do you know where he was parked? I mean, we've talked about that. Like, yesterday we talked about that. You know, it was probably early in the morning, you know. Maybe it was 5:30-ish, let's say, when he put her in the car. Maybe it was... had it backed in a certain way where he could just sort of do it, you know. Nobody's looking. Where he is, there isn't a lot of eyes on the... You know, if you go to the house over here... man, that stuff always throws me off. It's right over here. If you look where it is, you know, so if you're just right there and you have the car kind of backed in... I don't know if they have one of these, there's a garage or something like that. Can't really tell what that is. But there isn't a lot of eyes on it other than just people in here. So if you do it at a specific time, nobody's going to see anything. There's no cameras over there, you know. So it's pretty, you know, it wouldn't be too hard to get a body out into a vehicle, especially if you open up the door first and then just kind of quickly get her in there. Welcome, Astral Clover. Hey, thanks so much, Mark Willis. Haven't been able to keep up to date up due to my work schedule. I know I'm a day behind, but I'm relieved to hear they found the scumbag that killed Rachel Morin. Yeah, what a pile of crap. Keep up the great work, Ray. You make a difference. Well, thank you. I try to make a difference. I try to go through cases logically, and sometimes it pisses people off because they want me to be rah for who they perceive to be the bad person. But I just can't do it. You know, I'm not going to sell my soul just so people like me more. Yeah. Hey, thanks, Feral AFA. I'm not sure what that means. You're so thorough and break things down so well for us. I appreciate the hard work and time you put in. Well, thank you. Yeah, definitely. Like today, I spent most of the day just looking at this stuff again, just kind of trying to really figure out what we're looking at in reality. Stefan advised Detective Acosta in the morning that Detective Acosta asked Stefan if Maddie had ever run away for any amount of time. Yeah, this is the part about the last. Let me just start this part over. Stefan advised Detective Acosta the morning he dropped Maddie off to school, she had her school laptop, which should still be with her. Stefan described Maddie's backpack as black with grayish hibiscus flowers on it. Detective Acosta asked Stefan if Maddie had ever run away for any amount of time, to which he stated Maddie was very dependent on them and would probably not know what to do if she were to run away. And sort of that seems to be a common theme, not just from the Stern, you know, like Stephen Stern's or Madeline Soto, right? One of her friends said the same thing, and her grandmother said the same thing. So that means these people have noticed this stuff outside of the family, so it gives credibility to the fact that she couldn't really be alone. She didn't like being alone. You guys see that? That's what it seems like. Oh, there it is. It's missing a sheet. Crazy. All right. And it says right here, Stefan informed Detective Acosta that Maddie had been tested a while ago and showed signs of being on the spectrum of autism and had been diagnosed with autism, but was later advised she was not autistic. That's exactly what but that's him saying it, and that's exactly what the mother said too, that she was kind of, but not really, And the thing is, you got to realize when Jennifer was being interviewed, she doesn't know that Madeline's dead. So her behavior is a little, erratic. Like one time she's really worried, the other time, and she's just kind of expecting her daughter to show up again. Anyways, I confirmed with Stefan he used Google Maps for directions, to which he stated yes. Go places, search address, look at store hours, write reviews. It's a pretty new phone though. As I looked through Stefan's Google Maps account, I noticed he did not have recorded travel on the account consistent with the driving he informed us he had done on February 26th. Oh, gee. And February 27th. I asked Stefan when he had returned to the area to assist Jennifer, and he stated it was February 25th at approximately 10:30, just in time to make sure she was doing all her nightly routines. And actually it's 8:30, sorry, not 10:30. He's saying 10:30 hours. So 2030 is 8:30, excuse me. Just in time to make sure she was doing all her nightly routines. And his cell phone data that's accurate, that he did get home at that time, as they waited for Jennifer to get home. I asked Stefan where he and Jennifer looked for Maddie, and he stated they stayed local. I asked Stefan if they drove anywhere, to which he stated he believes they had not, and Jennifer's family was driving around. Stefan stated he did not recall driving anywhere the night of February 26, 2024, and that he was socked out on Ativan at the time because he was a wreck on the night of February 26th. I don't think that when you say the night of the 26th, he was driving around on the very early morning hours of the 27th, so I'm not sure if he's, mentally, if you went out in the morning at 2 in the morning, wouldn't you say, yeah, I was out late last night? You don't say, well, I was out early in the morning. Nobody says that. Like if you go out somewhere at 8 o'clock at night and then you drive home at 2, you'd say, man, I was out late last night. Nobody goes, man, I was out early this morning. I mean, it's just, nobody does that. I asked Stefan where he and Jennifer looked for Maddie, and he stated they stayed local. We just did that, socked out. Stefan stated he did not recall driving anywhere the night of February 26th, and that he was socked out on Ativan at the point because he was a wreck, and that he was on so many tranquilizers. Stefan stated he had not needed to take Ativan in a while, but that he had been having these panic attacks and had been crying and took it to get the sleep that night. Detective Acosta informed Stefan we were trying to establish a timeline of events, at which point Stefan interrupted and stated he was trying his best, but he was not a morning person. And, he was trying to give his best guess, though. In case I'm not accurate, just blame it on I'm not a morning person. You know what I'm saying, guys? Detective Acosta then stated we knew he drove north on John Young Parkway, had made a left at the McDonald's, which Stefan agreed, and that he mentioned he had dropped her off at around 8:20 to 8:40. Detective Acosta asked Stefan what time he believed he made the first left at the McDonald's, which he stated it was either 8 o'clock, that would be pretty accurate, actually, 8, or a quarter after 8. Detective Acosta showed Stefan on the map, because it takes 10 minutes to get there, so if he had left at 7:50, right, when he's seen on camera with her propped up, he would have been there right around 8 the first time. Detective Acosta showed Stefan on the map the direction he stated he had traveled, which he again confirmed. Detective Acosta pointed out to Stefan the direction he continued to mention he had traveled was northbound on John Young Parkway. Detective Acosta then asked Stefan why his vehicle was seen traveling southbound in the direction of Kissimmee. And then Stefan stated he was sorry that he had forgotten his gate clicker and had driven back to the residence. Stefan advised here's the thing is, why did he go back though? Hey, thanks, Mark Willis. Getting caught up on this live. Support the channel, freaks. Come on. Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, we have 923 people here, and it's hard to get... See, here's the thing. We got a lot of people that are watching. They don't... This channel, actually, the people watching are what support the channel on a nightly basis. Then I take my ad revenue, the super chats and everything, and I donate around 33% of the entire gross income to the channel to various true crime related charities. And we've given $202,700 since January of 2020, right at the beginning of the pandemic. All right? So if you guys are out there and you feel like you can help support the channel, just know that a lot of that goes to good, and it keeps me and allows me to keep doing this. If you can find another channel that does anywhere near that, let me know. But we actually go out and make a difference. We have a DNA fund. We've put over $80,000, $85,000 now, into that identifies Jane and John Does in crime, and just doesn't even just an unidentified person will do. And we also have a scholarship fund. All right. So hopefully this doesn't fall on deaf ears like it seems to do quite often now. All right. So thank you. Thanks, Allie Cake. Appreciate it. Let's see. Detective Acosta then asked Stefan why his vehicle was seen traveling southbound in the direction of Kissimmee. Stefan stated he was sorry that he had forgotten his gate clicker and had driven back to the residence. Stefan advised he went through the front gate and had to use his parking pass to grab his clicker, and that he provided the wrong times because he was not a morning person. Stefan stated he had almost arrived at the school and they had plenty of time to kill, which is why he rushed back to get the gate clicker. I asked Stefan if, when I looked at the surveillance for the complex, it was going to show him entering the front gate with Maddie in the front seat, and he stated yes. Detective Acosta asked Stefan if he could have just this is the thing, that's what we're all asking. If he could have just waited until after he dropped Maddie off to get his gate clicker, which he stated he could have, but he liked coming into the complex through the back gate because sometimes they were busy in the front gate. I mean, think how stupid that is. Does that even make any sense? Hey, thanks, Brown-Eyed Girl, again. So we've got two people making up like 90% of this entire night. And thanks, K-Me and Alley Cake. Just think how dumb that is right there. It's ridiculous. So he's over here, and he's almost right there where he's going to drop her off. But he goes, oh, you know what? And then he drives all the way back just because when he comes back later, he wants to be able to come through the back gate. I mean, how stupid what difference does it make? If you like, so the thing is, you have to go through the front gate now at least once. So why not just do that once? Or you just love going through the back gate. And like it's just fun for you. You know, it's just so strange. Doesn't make any sense at all. What a stupid alibi. So he's like, okay, I got to come home. I'm going to come back at 8:19. Remember that? 8:19 he comes back here. And first he leaves at 7:50. Then at 8:19 he comes back because he got to go get his clicker so that he can then take her. And then when he comes back, he can merely come in this direction. So really what he's saying is, after I drive around with her body in the car, I want to be able to come back later through the back gate. I don't want to have to go through that front gate again. But the thing is, he had to go through the front gate. I don't think it had anything to do with the clicker. And when he came home, what the hell was he doing, man? I mean, that's an interesting thing. What was he doing when he came home? Thank you, Paulette Leonard and WNC Granny for gifting another membership. And that went to Desert Moon. Welcome. I'm trying to figure that part out. So there was another reason he came back. What would that be? He came back. Was it really just to get the clicker? Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm sort of understand it now. I think it really might be, I mean, let's just pretend that he really did go back to get the clicker. Okay? He really does go back to get the clicker because it's early enough still where it would seem plausible that Maddie would still be in the car, but later when he comes back, she can't still be in the car anymore. So he needs to make sure that when he comes back, you know, maybe he's going through the, I don't know. Wouldn't he want to still go through the front gate though and say, "Hey, look, she's not here now because I dropped her off"? I don't know. What do you think about the dog? Why do you think I'm so excited about the dog? Oh, just to make it seem like he'd already, okay. Yeah, because the dog thing was in that time. No, that's not when he put her in the trunk, Zozo. Because remember, it was at 9:40 when he put her in the trunk in the hotel. She was in the front seat. Let's see. Yeah, so that's right. He goes into her room, and then she gives him the leash. And so he's just there. God, I wonder if he told her right then. Well, then why would he put her in the trunk at the house then? He still drove around. He left with her visible again. But it didn't make sense. No, the laptop was already thrown in the trash can at 7:36. Come on, you guys. What's going on in here? I don't know what you're talking about, Mary. Welcome, Michelle Hernandez. And by the way, can you guys hit the damn like button? My God, we're at 996 people and 375 likes. When you come into a chat, just hit it for them. Here we go. Hit that like button, hit that like button, 10, 20, 25, 30, hit that like button, 40. Use your nose, use your toes, whatever blows, hit that like button. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. It's the easiest damn thing to do in the world. You just take out your thumb, you press the damn button. You just press it with one finger one time. You just do it. Just hit the damn like button. 15, 20, 25, 20, 25, 40, 45, 50, hit that like button. 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, hit that like button. 90, 95, 100, 105, 105, 30, 30, now 5, I'm 35. Thanks, Maggie. Yeah, so let me just throw this part out here again. At 7:36, he is putting a white plastic bag into the dumpster with... it has a backpack and one crock in it. And then the one crock is part of, there was 3 crocks found in the house. But inside the backpack was the laptop, all right? So that was 7:36. And at 7:50, he's seen like leaving the area here. And she's propped up in the car. Then he comes back and she's seen propped up again at 8:19. And then he goes to the apartment. And then he leaves again. And he's seen she's propped up again at 8:31. So it's 8:19 here, and then 8:31 as he's leaving again out the back, and she's still propped up. And then she's still propped up all the time, driving around until he gets up to the hotel, I think. But here's what I think. I think after he drove by the school one more time on one of these other times by here, he must have like pulled her down so she wasn't visible on camera, or tried to or something, because he needs to make it look like he dropped her off there. Then after that, he goes around, he sort of sits in various places, and then at 9:40 makes his way inside that hotel and puts her body from the passenger driver's seat into the trunk of the vehicle. All right. Well, we got up to 455, but we have 976 people watching. Yeah. Why do I want to talk about the scratch on his arm? Anyways, he goes home, yes, and that's when he goes into the room. So, you know, it's interesting. Do you think he told her, hey, we're about to head off to school now or something? Or, hey, you know, I'm going to take her to McDonald's. He might have just walked in the house and said, okay, I'm going to take her to McDonald's or something. And then she's like, hey, can you walk the dog first? I don't know if that... I mean, that's so weird. He goes outside and walks the dog, and he's got a body in the car. Yeah. Yeah, so if you have a question or a comment, just throw it in a super chat, and we'll make sure we read it on the screen, okay? Not a comment, but a question or something you want to discuss. That's what they're for. Where do we make it at this point? He knows Stefan's phone. Plenty of time to kill. He had to go get his clicker, which he stated he could have, but he liked coming in the complex through the back gate because sometimes they were busy in the front gate, and it was better not to wait in a long line. But it's so dumb. You could have just let her out of the car and then went and done the same thing. See, because she was right where you were going to drop her off. I turned to speak with Stefan and asked him, okay, at this point I noticed Stefan's phone only contained minimum data on his call history and appeared as if some of the messaging applications had never been used. I stepped away for a second as Detective Acosta continued to speak with Stefan. While I had walked away, Stefan informed Detective Acosta he had made a joke to Maddie the morning of February 26, 2024 about her Crocs, since she wore Crocs and socks. Why did you bring that up? I mean, that's pretty weird, right? You know, because one of the Crocs you threw in the garbage can. I wonder if he accidentally put that in there. Thanks, Jim Long. What the hell is a gigawatt? Well, it's 1,000 or 1 billion watts. How about that? I really think he was panicked and trying to figure out what to do. Makes me, and then Lillian said, I'm telling you, Gray, he is nervous as hell. Yeah. But he acts calm. That's the thing. And I hate the way he talks about Maddie all the time. Like when he says stuff like, while I walked away, Stefan informed Detective Acosta he had made a joke to Maddie the morning of February 26 about the Crocs since she wore Crocs and socks. Stefan described Maddie as a very, very good girl who brought a lot of joy. He brought a lot of joy. He did not feel the same way. You know how he talks? It just makes you want to just, God. Stefan stated Maddie had been so happy and she'd been looking forward to him visiting and all of them being together. Stefan stated Maddie called him her bonus dad, advising they had a very strong bond and that she knew nothing but love in the household. Stefan stated Maddie was doing well in school and she was also singing. He then stated Maddie had sang for him and sang for him and I, reminding of the movie Sister Act. And he told her he was very proud of her. Very proud indeed. What a nut job. Jesus. Look at Stefan Stearns. He's so beloved. What he's really trying to sell here is, man, I am the greatest stepdad, or I'm the greatest, whatever you want to call it, in the history, bonus dad, in the history of the world. So much so that when she's going down the street, skipping away, she's singing songs about me. And it reminded me of Sister Act. She's a very good girl. You know what's weird? I bet you he talked like that to her. You know, the whole thing, good girl. I bet he'd say that all the time. You're a good girl. You're a good girl. So he just says it like that's what he says now. How sick is this guy? Huh? I returned to speak with Stefan and asked him if he would unlock his phone again, which he did. I asked Stefan if he had stated did not have his phone the morning he dropped Maddie off. I mean, wow, they both left their phones at home. I mean, that's amazing. And by the way, why did he do that? I mean, the whole thing would have worked better had he left. I mean, I guess he left the phone at home and then just sort of sat in his car or something for a while and then took his phone with him, then made these little routes that he's doing. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't he want to be tracked? Because he drove in places where he's supposed to maybe be, you know, by the McDonald's, etc. He replied he had forgotten it because he was too busy trying to get Maddie out of the door. I asked him if he had his phone when he went to the smoke shop, which he stated he did not the first time, but he did the second time. I informed Stefan when I was looking at his cell history, I had noticed he had only had a call log for February 27, 2024, and asked if that was unusual on his phone. Stefan stated, no, it's a new phone. And, silly me, I went to do an update yesterday morning, and I don't know what the F, I mean, pardon me, but what the heck I did, but somehow, during the massive iOS update, I managed to factory reset my phone and lose all my contacts and information. I know it looks suspicious, officer. On the day my girlfriend's daughter disappears, but I'm telling you, I was just trying to do a factory reset. Hey, thanks, Shiloh Mary. I asked Stefan if he recalled what time that occurred, which he stated sometime while he was hanging out with Maddie. Okay. Let's see. I bet you the factory reset happened after the 11:49 telegram because he was in fact on Telegram at 11:49, that phone number. So despite the fact that he factory reset it, that information is still on Telegram at 11:49. But he factory reset that phone after that. So there must be some absolutely incredible stuff that, I mean, not when I say, I mean disgusting stuff that was on that phone, but like incredible forensic information that he deleted off of the phone, but they were able to find it again because I think even when you factory reset, it's like deleting stuff. It just kind of makes it writable, the sectors that the data was in, but it's still sitting there until you write over it again. That's why in the Delphi case, Keegan Klein would install, uninstall, and delete apps. He would delete an app, install it again, delete it, so it would rewrite over into the same sectors. And he thought that would make it, he did a factory reset as well. I informed Stefan I was going to maintain possession of his phone at this time and asked him to please refrain from going back inside his vehicle. This is actually that body camera written version, but it seems easier to get seeing it in writing. At approximately 8:38, Ocello K9 responded to that area. We saw those K9 shots there. At this time, Detective Acosta and I responded to the front entrance of the complex and made contact with security in reference to video surveillance. Detective Acosta and I reviewed the surveillance showing both the front and the rear entrance of the complex, which exited onto Dyer Boulevard. In the surveillance footage, I observed a male wearing a red shirt leaving the complex in a 2010 silver Lincoln MKZ through the rear gate at 7:50 hours with a female wearing a green sweater in the front seat. This person appeared to be sitting upright with her head slumped over to the left. So that means she's still visibly limp. So rigor mortis hasn't set in. So she's likely been killed within 6 hours. I mean, it could even, well, it could just be, yeah, within 6 hours of that time. Probably more like 4. Thanks, Mark Willis. Gray, you are the true crime. Norm MacDonald, logical. Common sense, comedian of true crime. Yeah, well, I do try to make people laugh, you know, just using logic. I don't have people laugh at victims or anything like that. If you're ever laughing, it's going to be at the criminal themselves because they're stupid often. Hey, this is Esther M. Hey, Gray, sorry if I missed you. Your thoughts on this? Was Maddie still alive but drugged while in the front seat of his car and killed her? Yeah, well, I don't. That's my video that I put out the other day. I think it's possible that, just given that fact, you can't rule out, even though the police said they believe she was dead while she was seen being driven around, it doesn't mean that he didn't kill her later, because that makes it a lot safer to drive around. That was the whole point of what I'm saying is, if you're driving around with somebody like that for so long, the odds go up more that somebody's actually going to see you. And he kept, driving around. So if somebody sees you like a police officer and he pulls you over, at least she's still alive, and he could say, oh, weird, it looked like I thought she just fell asleep. She might have taken too much of her medication. I'll just run over to that doctor's office really quick, and get out of it somehow. Have a different story. And if it leads back, at least she didn't kill somebody, right? And one of the things, like, you have that law in Florida now, and we all like it, but now that I think about it, and thanks Esther, and thanks Joni the Jogger. When I think about it, that law that they just put in Florida, we all think it's great, but don't you think now it puts a child in more imminent danger a little bit, because the person has nothing to lose now? They're kind of, what I was just referring to was like Stephen Stearns. I think it was even before the law came in, or maybe just after. I don't remember. But he's gonna, there's nothing to lose to actually kill the kid in this situation, right? Because he's gonna get the death penalty regardless. So I'm trying to figure out how that. Even though the law sounded great, now I'm kind of thinking about it. There's no sort of like second thoughts, because they're going to get the maximum capital punishment regardless. What do you guys think about that? I informed Stefan I was going to maintain possession of his phone. At this time, Detective Acosta responded to the front entrance. We were just at that part. 7:50. The vehicle was seen leaving with her slumped over in the front seat. At 8:19, I observed a male wearing a red shirt enter the complex through the front gate near H. Hoagland Boulevard in the silver Lincoln, with someone in the front passenger seat wearing a green sweater and once again slumped over. At 8:31 hours, that same male was wearing a red shirt left the complex in the silver Lincoln through the rear gate with a female in the front passenger completely slumped over to the left. So that's interesting. Completely slumped over to the left. Okay, all right. I think we're on to something more now. Completely slumped over. So at this point, she's not intended to be seen alive. The camera angle was enough, though, to be able to see that. The first 2 times, which is kind of dumb, because you're letting her be seen driving back into the complex. So the surveillance footage would not show her out, but if she's completely slumped over at this point, that means he's not wanting her to be seen, the whole weekend at Bernie's type thing. right? Passenger completely slumped over to the left. So that means to the left, like onto him, basically, in his lap, right? As he's leaving. Wouldn't you think she would have already been slumped over when he came back, and he would have just said he dropped her off at like 8:10. Instead, he comes back with her still up, goes into the complex, does something, and when he leaves, she's slumped over completely. That's strange. Yeah, well, whatever happened, Olga, that's irrelevant. It's like he knows what she's going to look like, and he would have propped her back up again. Cuckoo. All right, so we got 8:31 hours. The male wearing a red shirt left the complex in the silver Lincoln MKZ through the rear gate with a female in the front passenger seat completely slumped over to the left. All right, now I've got all the names in this one. Makes it easier. I'm just trying to think about that. He goes into the house. There's something logical here, although he doesn't seem to have a lot. But he goes back at 8:19 with her visible going through the front gate. So he wants her seen, but why? Why would you want her seen coming back home? That proves that you didn't take her to school. I mean, who the hell knows, right? I think there's something in there, though. Something that's interesting that she was slumped completely over. Because I was actually thinking he had her completely slumped over intentionally after he would have driven by the school again, because he doesn't want her seen on camera anymore, because he wants to make it seem like he dropped her off. And again, they must have thought it was a miracle that somebody was seen on camera at that church, because that wasn't, it was just pure luck. Thanks, Michelle H. On February 27, 2024, Detective Acosta and I conducted a digitally recorded sworn interview with Jennifer. I introduced myself to Jennifer and informed her I was going to be the lead detective on the investigation. I informed Jennifer that Detective Hunt had provided me with a synopsis of what had occurred the day Maddie went missing. I informed Jennifer I had been advised she had a new job and that she had asked Maddie and Stefan to sleep upstairs because she needed to get rest, which she stated that was correct. According to Jennifer, Maddie, and here's the thing is, why wouldn't she just deny this? If it wasn't totally normal for them and it seemed normal, why wouldn't she just deny this information here? She could just say, no, I went to sleep that night and he must have taken her upstairs, blah, 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 blah. Why would she admit that? Look how she's being treated by everybody by saying that she does this. So doesn't it seem likely that she's literally saying it because in her mind it doesn't seem that weird or anything? Let's see. According to Jennifer, Maddie had her birthday party on February 25th, 2024, beginning at 3 o'clock and ending at an unknown time. Jennifer had not attended due to being at work. Jennifer advised her sister had dropped Maddie off at her house at approximately 8:30. So her sisters who dropped her off at 8:30, and that's accurate, and believes Stefan had arrived shortly after that. That's accurate too. He got there at like 8:40 something. Stefan informed Jennifer that Maddie had taken her nighttime medication and was getting ready for bed, which consisted of taking a shower. Jennifer arrived at the house from work at approximately 10:30 hours and sent Maddie and Stefan to bed at approximately 11 o'clock. So it sounds like she did see her that night. I asked Jennifer where Maddie and Stefan slept, and she stated upstairs in bedroom number 4. So that means, obviously that means they're going to be sleeping in the same bedroom upstairs. I asked Jennifer if it was normal for Stefan and Maddie to sleep in the same room, to which she stated sometimes she would send them upstairs when she needed a really good night's sleep. Jennifer also advised sometimes they would all sleep together in the king-size bed, and other times Stefan would sleep upstairs, meaning Maddie and she would sleep alone. Jennifer advised it usually depended upon everyone's schedule the following day. I asked Jennifer what time she had woken up on February 26, 2024, to which she stated she believed sometime between 8 and 8:15 hours because Stefan had gone into the room to put the leash on the dog. See, that's interesting, right? Because that is that time. That's the time that he came home. It was about 8:19. He goes through the front gate, probably in the house at 8:21 or so. So it's really close. It is right around 8:15, right? Jennifer got up to assist Stefan with placing the leash on the dog. Got into the room to put the leash on the dog. Let's see. See, that's weird. I don't even know if she knew he'd left yet. It's like, to which she stated she believes sometime between 8 and 8:15 hours, Stefan had gone into the room to put the leash on the dog. I don't even know if she knew that Stefan had left the house yet at this time. Jennifer got up to assist Stefan with placing the leash on the dog because she did not want him to pee on the bed. Jennifer heard people in the kitchen, and as far as she knew, Maddie had gone downstairs to get ready for school. See, look how crazy that is. She didn't even know that Stefan had left the house yet, and when he came in, hey, can you help me with the leash here? Let me take the, That's wild. Yeah, she said she helped him put the leash on the dog. What's wrong with that, Olga? Man, you like notice things that are so irrelevant. It's just, if she wasn't working for the following day, why did she need a good night's rest or get up? Maybe she just was really tired. It was 11 o'clock, 10:30 she gets off of work. I don't know. There must be a reason that he went in there to do that. Or it could be he opened the door and she goes, hey, he's like in the house. Can you help me with the dog? And he goes in there. We don't really have the whole thing. Yeah, because she does wake up at 9. She's still in bed. She gets out of bed at 9. That's usually what people mean, right? If you're just still kind of lingering around in bed, it's like when you get out of your bed, that's the time you woke up. I know it means like technically you're asleep and then you open your eyes. Oh, yep. Yeah, that's ridiculous, Graciela. That's a really dumb statement there. Jennifer then stated Maddie had a makeshift room in the living room that had a television, a desk, a dresser, and a bed. Maddie only used this room to hang out and would never sleep there. I asked Jennifer if she visually observed Maddie on the morning of February 26, 2024, to which she stated no. I asked if she heard her, and she stated she heard people in the kitchen, but was not sure if it was her specifically. Hell, maybe the other roommate was awake. We don't know. Jennifer then stated the last time she had physically seen Matt. Well, here's what he gets home at 8:19, goes inside the house. I still don't know exactly why he's in there, but at this point, while he's at the complex, he had already tilted Maddie down so she's not propped up. And then when he leaves, she's still propped down, but probably at some point he moves her back up, maybe right before he completely leaves the complex or something after the camera, and then puts her back up because he needs her to be seen some more driving around by the school again. Because that's going to be, I don't know, that'd be like 8:40. He does say that, 820, 840. I don't think so, Nicole. It doesn't really fit the information. It's just wild. On February 26, 2024, Jennifer got out of bed at approximately 9. So she heard people in the kitchen, but was not sure if it was her specifically. Jennifer then stated the last time she had physically seen Maddie was on February 25th at 11 o'clock, just before they were sent off to bed. On February 26, 2024, Jennifer got out of bed at approximately 9 a.m. And yeah, see, there it is. Got out of bed at 9 a.m. and left the residence around 9:30. She actually leaves at about 9:49 because she had a doctor's appointment scheduled for 10:15. Jennifer returned home between approximately 11 and 11:15 hours and believes, and that's accurate. So the thing is that what she's saying, everything she's saying is accurate stuff, and believes Stefan was home at this time. I asked Jennifer what she and Stefan did when they reunited at the residence. Jennifer stated they had chatted for a little bit and asked what happened. So she said, what happened? So it's kind of disingenuous to the way they wrote this like that, because that's not really how the narrative went. They chatted for a little bit and she asked, what happened? I'm sure it was worded totally different than that, because right here it says, I asked what she meant, and she stated, I mean, maybe it did sort of sound like that. It just feels like that doesn't really make sense. Who talks like that? Reunited, Jennifer stated they had chatted for a little bit, and she asked what happened. I then asked what she meant, and she stated Stefan had called at around 10:18 to let her know. So, right, so he leaves again at 8:31, and then calls her basically when she's sitting around at her doctor's appointment, and let her know he and Maddie had not gone to McDonald's as planned. According to Jennifer, Maddie and Stefan had planned to leave early and have a special breakfast at McDonald's, and he would then drop her off at school early because she wanted to arrive early. See, here's how I'm going to do this. When I'm reading Jennifer's comments, I think she's saying in these actual interviews here, she seems to be telling the truth. Like, it really, everything matches up. It matches the reality. You know, Stefan's the one that drove, all the other pieces of information. So if you listen to what she's saying, and you can figure out what Stefan had told her, etc. You know, and so everything that she did, and see, everything that she's saying she does is really close to reality. And then the other stuff is what Stefan Stearns told her he did. Yeah. So they got to McDonald's. They planned to go to McDonald's as planned, but you know, she said, "What happened?" And by the way, you guys, we're still about 80% of the goal. So if you want to help support the channel, that'd be great. Got 1,222 people here. This channel does a lot of good stuff out there for the community. $202,800 or $700. What's the number? Let me get to the real number here. We are at right here, 202,815 since January of 2020. We're at 23,000 this year so far, but 22 in 2020. We did 42,000 in 2021, 62,000 in 2022. That was a crazy year with a lot of interesting cases. And then 2023, almost 60, 57, 350, and we're at 23, 315. We're not quite at last year's pace, but should be doing okay. But you know, you guys are the entire source of the income on these live streams, because these topics right here get you know, it's called little to no ads by YouTube, because It's the topic. And so we're screwed. We're just doing these shows for your live entertainment. But if you're helping support the channel, then, you know, they're worth doing. So if you can, I would appreciate it. And I actually actively try to raise super chats on my shows because without it, I won't be able to keep doing the shows because I'll just make videos. The videos do much better on the bigger cases because when they're watched, then there is ad revenue for some reason. I'm not sure how they do that, but that's just the reality. I know people hate people talking about that, but that's just the way it is. So you would think with 1,200 people here, it'd be really simple to reach a nightly goal, wouldn't you? Let's see. So I'll start this part over. I asked what she meant, and she stated Stefan had called her at 10:18 hours to let her know he and Maddie had not gone to McDonald's as planned. According to Jennifer, Maddie and Stefan had planned to leave early and have a special breakfast at McDonald's. Let me get over here. Look at Blue over there. Look at Blue, huh? And he would then drop her off at school early because he wanted to arrive early. Stefan told Jennifer that on the way to school, Maddie was very sleepy and she wanted to sleep, not get McDonald's, and just wanted to get dropped off. He also wanted to let her know he left his phone at home by accident and had gone to the vape shop, but they had not opened on time. Stefan waited for a while in front of the vape shop, and after they did not open, he went back home. After hanging out with Jennifer for a while, Stefan left again to go to the vape shop to get what he needed. Jennifer then asked if I wanted the name of the vape shop. So I thought this was interesting right here. Thank you, Nikki Zoobs. You ever notice it's always the same freaks that are always helping support the channel? We're the new people. Come on, you guys. Nikki Zoobs. If Jen knew he would have no reason to do that to Maddie, that would mean Jen was okay with it if she let it go on 8 years. If Jen knew If Jen knew he would have had to reason to do that to Maddie. I don't know what that means, man. I don't get it. Thanks, Jim Lon. Yeah, I mean, everywhere he's going, he's trying to get alibi videos of himself. I don't know what that means, Nikki. Sorry. But here's where I thought it was interesting. She actually was the one, she said, Jennifer then asked if I wanted the name of the vape shop because she believed it might be helpful if I wanted to look at surveillance. Like maybe she was suspicious at that point. But you would say, no, he wanted them to go look because it was an alibi spot.
That would mean Jen was okay with it if she let it go on 8 years.
Yeah, I don't think you heard something right in there. That didn't make sense.
You're my boy, Blue.
Thanks, Jim Lon and Jessica Bly. Thank you. And then I wanted the name of the vape shop because she believed it might be helpful if I wanted to look at the surveillance. I then told Jennifer I was advised at some point Stefan had gotten a flat tire and he was not able to go to the school with her. I asked Jennifer to advise me how she became aware Maddie was not at school. Jennifer stated she normally left her residence at approximately 2:30 hours and waited about an hour for her to get out of school. The bell rang. Out before the bell rang. She'd sit there for about an hour. Jennifer waited the entire time, and when the bell rang, she noticed Maddie was not one of the first to come out like she normally was. Jennifer then realized she was holding up the parent line at approximately so she was sitting in line in her car, and she was like, and then at 4:10 Jennifer drove away. Jennifer was not sure if Maddie knew she was going to be picked up by her. Therefore, she drove to her mom's workplace, and and checked on the way to see if she observed Maddie walking there. When she arrived at the mom's job, she asked if Maddie was there, to which she would advise it was still too early. Jennifer then parked on Hunters Parkway Lane to see if she could see Maddie walking. Hunters Parkway Lane. What's that? Hold on. What's Hunters Vista? That's not. I mean, this is Hunters Parkway. I thought was. Where is that? I'm not sure exactly where that is on here. I mean, Hunters. Oh, I thought it was Hunters Middle School. So that's where the name sounds familiar, but I'm not really sure where that lane is. Yeah, she just went there to see if Maddie was walking. And then at 4:30, Jennifer knew Maddie should have reached her mom's office. So Jennifer went back to the mom's office and asked if she was there, and was told not yet. Jennifer then contacted Maddie's friends, or her friend named S, and asked if she was with Maddie. S informed Jennifer that Maddie, it's probably Sarah, the name. So S informed Jennifer that Maddie had not gone to school and that she was not in the first or second period. She then asked S, "What do you mean? We dropped her off close to school. She should have walked to school." S informed Jennifer Maddie was not in any of their periods. Jennifer then began to panic because she believed something was wrong. Jennifer emailed a few of her teachers, and one replied saying Maddie had not made it to class and had not made it to school at all. Jennifer began to freak out and contacted 911. See, I think that's totally... Doesn't that sound normal right there? That whole sequence? Like she went in all these places. Oh, it doesn't gray. It doesn't gray. She just wanted to look like she was doing that. Yeah. Thanks, Graciela. I asked Jennifer if it was common for Maddie to not have her phone, to which she stated it was common for her to forget it because she has ADHD and is extremely forgetful and loses track of time. I asked Jennifer to explain to me where she looked for Maddie. Jennifer stated after speaking with S, she went to the school to confirm her attendance. However, it was already closed. Jennifer backtracked and drove back to Mom's office. After Stefan heard Maddie did not show up, he went to Jen's mom's office too. They all waited for law enforcement to arrive at Jen's mom's office, and they did not return home until they were done speaking with the police. I asked Jennifer when Maddie's phone was at, where Maddie's phone was at the time she had gone to pick up Maddie, to which she stated she had taken it with her when she went to pick her up from school. Jennifer advised when Maddie forgot her phone, she would bring it to her when she would pick her up. Jennifer tried to look through Maddie's phone while waiting for the police. However, she was in a panic and handed the phone to her sister and niece. They both went through Maddie's phone and they did not see anything weird on her phone. I asked Jennifer where they looked for Maddie, which she stated was in the Hunter Creek area, and they returned home at approximately, so this is later in that evening. They got home at around, 8 to 9 o'clock. I asked Jennifer if they went back out after that, to which she advised Stefan had gone back out in the middle of the night in her vehicle. Right, so that was like 3 in the morning. Why would he be driving around at 3 in the morning looking... That's just stupid. I think he was doing something else. Yeah. I explained to Jennifer her residence was going to be secured and everything was going to have to stay somewhere else for the night. I also explained Stefan's car would be towed to the sheriff's office for processing because Maddie was last seen in Stefan's car. I provided Jennifer with my cell phone, asked her to let me know where she and Stefan were going to stay, and explained to her she could call me at any time if she needed to speak with me. And then part of the second interview with Stefan Stearns here. On February 28, 2024, Detective Acosta and I conducted a second digitally recorded sworn interview with Stefan Stearns. Below is a synopsis of the statement. I advised Stefan that while digital forensics was looking through Maddie's phone, they noticed there were a lot of communications between Maddie and him. I asked Stefan to explain to me the relationship between him and Maddie. Stefan stated he was like a stepfather to Maddie, and she thinks of him as a dad. I asked Stefan what he and Maddie spoke about when they would FaceTime, and he stated he would speak to both Maddie and Jennifer. When I asked Stefan if he recalled what time he had factory reset his phone, he stated he was not sure because he was not a morning person. Again, but believed it was before he... So a second interview, he's already saying using that same excuse. Before he went to the smoke shop. Stefan then stated the update had a weird option about reinstalling everything, and he was not paying attention to what he was doing. I asked if he could explain to me how he did the update, and he stated it was a push notification that appeared at the top, and he had ignored for a long time. Stefan stated this took him to a page with a system, and he clicked something and was not sure what happened because he was not paying attention. After starting the update, the phone reset. Man, what a miracle. I asked Stefan to explain to me what he did when he returned to get his key fob. Stefan stated he parked, so when he got his key fob, he's saying he parked, ran inside to grab the key fob, got back in his vehicle, and left the complex. How come he doesn't mention, the dog leash situation? Stefan stated after he dropped Maddie off at 8:40, so 8:40, as it does work. Obviously he didn't drop her off, but I'm saying the timing of him leaving at 8:31 and then 8:40 dropping her off. That works there. So he drove directly to the smoke shop and waited approximately 5 or 10 minutes for them to open. I asked Stefan if he went anywhere else after the smoke shop, and he stated he was probably driving towards the direction of home and did not recall stopping anywhere. I advised Stefan his vehicle was seen heading south again at 10 a.m. or 8 a.m. No, 10 a.m., excuse me. And asked what he had done before 8:40, or what he'd done between 8:40 and 10. Stefan stated he had been cruising around a little bit. Yeah, sounds a little like Brian Koberger, right? I told Stefan he had originally stated he had been at the smoke shop for about 5 minutes and headed home. Stefan stated he may have been lingering in the area but had made his way home. I advised Stefan I needed help explaining why there was an hour and 20-minute gap, which he stated he was not sure what to say since it had been a normal day, and I'm not a morning person. He doesn't say that, but you'd think he would have. Stefan again stated the smoke shop was supposed to open soon, and he made his way there and was not in any rush. Stefan again stated he was not able to explain the time delay since he had not gone anywhere in particular. I asked Stefan when he went after the smoke where he went after the smoke shop, and he said home. I asked Stefan if the smoke shop was 10 minutes from his residence, to which he stated it was 15, so 20 minutes. I reminded Stefan he had originally stated it was 10-minute drive, because that is what it is, and he advised time was not a strong suit of his, and it's early in the morning. Detective Acosta asked Stefan what time the smoke shop opened, which he stated was 10 a.m. Detective Acosta then informed Stefan if he opened at 10 a.m. and he dropped Maddie off at 8:40, he would be going an hour before they were scheduled to open. Stefan stated he did not think it would be open, but hoped he would get there early enough for them to open. Stefan then stated he had arrived about 15 to 20 minutes before they opened. So what did you do for that hour then? Stefan then said he waited a few minutes after 10 for them to open, but he realized they were not opening and he left. Detective Acosta stated he had not waited past 10 hours since his vehicle was heading southbound on John Young Parkway at 10 a.m. Stefan stated his vehicle was still in front of the smoke shop at 10 a.m., waiting for them to turn on the open sign, and I advised Stefan his time frame was not making sense. You guys are still not even at the goal yet with this many people. Stefan then said he waited a few minutes after 10 for them to open, but he realized they were not going to. Okay, according to Stefan, he was trying to help the best he could. I reminded Stefan that he had stated and asked how he was there 10 hours or at 10 a.m. when it was approximately a 10-minute drive where he dropped Maddie off. Stefan stated he had taken no particular route. See, now we know. See, when this interview was done, they didn't have that video of him at 9:40, right? So at 9:40, that's inside of that window. He's up in that hotel putting Maddie's body from the passenger seat into the trunk, the front passenger seat. So, that's why Stefan Stearns is avoiding that hour time frame right there. He knows he's got the 10 o'clock surveillance shot and everything lined up. So he's just like, oh man, yeah, how do I explain that? I leave the apartment complex at 8:31, dropped her off at 8:40, but then there's an hour of missing time. What was I doing? I was just waiting at the vape shop. No, you were driving all over the place. And then eventually went into top of the hotel parking lot. Thanks, Quinta Huggins. According to Stephanie, he was trying to help. Let's see, where are we at here? Oh, yeah. Stefan stated his vehicle was still in front of the smoke shop at 10 a.m., waiting for them to turn on the open sign, and advised Stefan his time frame was not making sense. According to Stefan, he was trying to help us the best he could. So these interviews were done prior to them getting that surveillance. Thanks, Quinta Huggins and Brenda Spratt. We are 33 short of a goal and 83 short of me giving away 5 memberships. I asked Stefan if he had any issues with his memory. Sounds like Jody Arias. And he stated he was diagnosed with ADHD. Wow, now everybody's got ADHD in that house, right? Stefan Stearns has ADHD. Madeline Soto has ADHD. And Jennifer Soto all have ADHD. It's just ADHD run amok in that household. I mean, it's just wild. Everybody has that as some kind of a, or at least he claims everybody does, right? I asked Stefan if he had any issues with his memory, and he stated he was diagnosed with ADHD. He did not have his phone on him and was not sure of the time. Asked if he had a clock in his car, and he stated he believed he did, but it was not his car. Stefan then stated he was 90% sure he was in the smoke shop parking lot at around 10 a.m. I asked Stefan if when he returned to get his key fob, if Maddie had gone inside with him. Stefan stated she had not because she was asleep. You mean she was limp in your car, and now you're wondering if they've got that on camera somewhere. I asked Stefan again about the location where he got his flat tire. Stefan stated everything looked the same, as he was drawing a blank about any specific businesses and only recalled pulling into a plaza. Stefan stated he was driving towards Jongyung Parkway and US 192 when it occurred. Stefan recalled going into a Target on US 192 near Walmart and was going to go to House of Cards, but darn it, got a flat tire. So he must have gone into that Walmart if he's saying he did, because he knows that he'd be on camera. I don't know. That doesn't work. He couldn't have gone into one. He's continually driving down 192 right to the crime scene. Let's see. And was going to go to House of Cards, but got a flat tire somewhere before he got to Oak Street. And then Stefan was not sure how long it took to change his tire, but believed he returned home at approximately 2:35. And I think that's actually, what page are we on? 34. There it is. Yeah, so look at this is 12:49, and this is just a straight drive. There's no stopping here at all. And then his tire's flat, and then another hour later he's already gone to the crime scene, dumped Maddie's body. Now he's heading back. And it's let's see, he gets over to this area, 2:38, 2:40, about 2:40 or so he gets home. And what does he say in there? Thanks, Allie Cake. Man, incredibly slow night for this many people in here. It's wild. Yeah, he says 2:35, so that was pretty close, right? I mean, really close to that time. Stefan again apologized and stated his brain did not work properly. Man, I say that all the time. Because he had ADHD. While speaking with Stefan, let's see. While speaking with Stefan, I noticed he was wearing a blue shirt in the video from earlier in the day. Stefan was observed wearing a red shirt. So which video are you guys talking about? While speaking with Stefan, I noticed, okay, while we were talking to him, right? So the same day, Stefan was observed wearing a red shirt. Stefan stated he had not changed clothes since the previous morning and did not believe he had showered either. Well, you have a different shirt on, so you have changed. I asked Stefan if I could take a picture of his hands, to which he advised it was fine. In the pictures, I noticed Stefan had a significant scar. So a scar is something that heals, is healed. So are you talking about a scratch, approximately 2 to 3 inches long on the top part of his right wrist? Thanks, Quinta Huggins. Stefan also had minor scratches to the top part of his left hand.
They both are. Making sense.
I informed Stefan his phone was going to be downloaded overnight, and he would probably not get it back until the following morning, and he stated that was fine. On February 28, 2024, at approximately 1 in the morning, I left Madeline's residence. Or it could be Jennifer's residence. But, either way, it's the same. Officers of the Kissimmee Police Department stayed on scene and assured nobody re-entered the residence. Detective Acosta maintained visual contact with the silver Lincoln MKZ bearing. So, man, as it was towed by Ace Wrecker, so that's probably why Stefan would then have to use Jennifer's car. The Orange County Sheriff's Office Central Operations Center, located at 2500 West Colonel Drive, Orlando, Florida. Detective Acosta also took Stefan's cell phone to the Orange County Sheriff's Office Digital Forensic Unit, where Sergeant Darko Stamanik immediately began to process the device. On February 28, 2024, multiple detectives with the Orange County's office responded to the Central Operations Center, began assisting with the investigation. Several orders were authorized, including on Maddie's social media, a search warrant on the silver Lincoln, tracking orders on vehicles bearing 3 different tags. So I think it's Stephen Stern's dad's car, and then Jennifer's car, and then I don't know if Stephen Stearns actually has his own car that they wanted to check out, that it's somewhere else. But Google search warrant on email address, and so that email address, well, I guess that wouldn't be his. I don't know, why would they block that out if it's his, I guess. Yeah, so this is talking about the CSAM material. So I don't know, when I go through this, I feel like Jennifer's story matches up, and I don't see anything nefarious. The part that's bothersome to everybody is that she was like, yeah, you guys go sleep together, I need to sleep well. Now, but the thing is, I think Stephen Stearns manipulated and the whole situation in that house where that seemed normal to all of them. All right, who's throwing me in prison, you guys? We gotta get this thing moving tonight. It's wild. They took black shorts from his car, page 430. That could be why Soto was so adamant about what she was wearing. Well, why would she think that would be in the car? I don't really get it. That doesn't make sense to me. All right, it's going to be my Father's Day prison stint. All right. I'm so mean. All right, there we go. Now, see if you can bail me the hell out of here so we can get back, because I've got this article that is pretty interesting that somebody sent me that kind of goes over a bunch of stuff that might make you go, All right. That's your opinion, Courtney. It's probably not accurate, though. The only way Jennifer is negligent is if she knew that they were having sexual contact and she just allowed it to happen. That's it. But that's just an opinion somebody could have. There's no facts that tell you that. I guess if we don't get out of prison, I just end the show and we do another show tomorrow. I don't think anybody's gonna, Alley Cake. You got 1,200 people watching, and people just don't even. It's just like, it's just crazy to me. What is the case? Yeah, it is a pretty weird case, isn't it? That's what I was saying, and if she knew, then Stefan would have no reason. But look at that, Esther M. with, let's see, Gray, all your investigative coverage and exceptional commentary on this case is super chat worthy. It should be, but people don't think of it like that, It's amazing how people will go to a Starbucks and somebody makes them a drink in 3 minutes and they flip them $3, but when you do a show for 3 hours, you get people that just sit there and go, yeah, whatever. It's pretty wild, Like a lot of YouTubers could probably make it if it was more, like you got more support from the community of just people in general, just on a random night, not every single day or anything. you know, but it's just pretty bizarre, pretty bizarre. Well, thank you, Esther M. I'm still sitting here in prison. That got me the key and the bribe to the person in the jail. Is there any else out there that's going to get me the hell out the door? Hey, Tiffany, that's because here's what I think. I think most of the people here that can't see that there's possibly another side to Jennifer means that you're ignorant. Okay? And unfortunately, that'll offend you, but it's just true. Okay? It means you're ignorant. Well, thanks, Quinta Huggins. At least you tipped over here. And welcome to Feral AFA. Okay, there we go. That'll be good enough. I'll just limp back to the hotel or something. Don't even know if we'll make it there. And that's the truth, everybody. If you're out there and you're like, oh, she's negligent, that means you're ignorant of any other possibility. You just want it to be that way. Yeah, like she barely even got to see.
Ray, all of your investigative overrage and exceptional commentary on this case is super chat worthy, in my opinion. Collision.
Well, it should be everybody's opinion, Esther M. But for some reason, it just isn't. And thank you, Feral FAA. And people go, gosh, great. You know, see, on this channel, I put a lot of effort and work into this channel to do stuff. So, yes, I try to actively raise super chats on the show to support the channel and all the other great stuff that we do. Unfortunately, that's offensive to people, and they'd rather give their money to channels that just go, ooh, ooh, and they don't do a damn thing, give nothing back. We do here. All right? So if that offends you, screw you. Thank you, Lanky Tor and CP. Very cool, very cool. Thank you. I am tired of people shilling for her. I don't get this woman. Let him sleep with Maddie. Quit defending this monster. You sound like an idiot, Paul. Just letting you know. Hey, thanks, Feral AFA. Again, appreciate it. And Lisa Lindmark from Mexico, right? I think Jennifer probably was manipulated too. Yeah, she was. See, the thing is I think, this is my opinion, I think it is weird that Jennifer let Maddie, actually said, hey, you guys go sleep upstairs. I've said it 100 times already. I've said it 1,000 times. Gray what? That's my name, yes. That's my name, Athena. Lisa Lindmark. I think Jennifer probably was manipulated too. Spirit Box can solve it. Yeah, I think you're right, Jim. Let's see. Add a hut. Stupid. Diligent little buddy. Skipper. There it is. We just heard it. And good evening and welcome. It's so weird how people... So listen, everybody. I hope this doesn't offend you. I think it's weird that
I think Jennifer probably was manipulated.
Jennifer wanted to have them sleep in the same room that night, but doesn't it just sound like that was normal there at that house? That Stephen Stearns made it seem sort of normal there, and he, is a guy that was on and off again boyfriend, but he's been there for 7 years. She trusted him, etc., and it just seemed normal to them. That's just the way it was there. You can tell because of the way she talks about it. She brings it up. To her, it doesn't even seem weird because he's a trusted person in their family. Okay? Stephen Stearns is a classic pedophile manipulator and absolutely groomed Madeline, exactly classic, right out of the textbooks when you go look it up. And he used Jennifer exactly the way they all do it, got her to care, make it seem like he cared. And it just, that's what these guys do, man. That's what they do. And so I think this is a good time to take a look at something else. Now, if it turns out that she was absolutely aware, okay? If we hear something later that she was absolutely aware that they were having sexual activity and she allowed them to keep doing it, I will turn on a dime, but we don't have any information like that. All we see right now is something totally consistent with somebody who had a missing child first, and then they're found dead, and they're absolutely shocked themselves. Thank you, Aaron Elliott. So here, check this out. Somebody sent me this earlier today. Oh, by the way, what did we just get to? Did we get to the... I think we're almost... Oh, look at that. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Now I am going to give 5 memberships.
Here's to getting Gray out of jail. Keep it up, Gray. Here's to the silent majority. Here's to the silent majority.
And why does it offend so many people, by the way, if you don't think that Jennifer is a monster? I mean, we talked about this yesterday. It's just so bizarre, you know? It's bizarre. Like you know, you want her to be some kind of a monster. Because I wouldn't do it, Gray, so therefore... I don't know any 13-year-old girl that wants to sleep in her mom, let alone stuff. Well, yeah, I know, but even her friends, Little Miss, whatever your name is, it's too complicated to read. Or even her friends said at school she needed to walk around with somebody. Jennifer's mom, the grandmother, said the same thing. That's just the way she was. I mean, maybe it was something to do with their autism, or maybe Stefan made her feel that way early on, and it just seemed like it was a natural-ish type of thing in the house after a while. That's how she is. And there you go. Welcome up there to, let's see, Tanila Brown, or Tanil Brown, and then Melly, Planet Life, Ida, everybody who just got him probably like, oh, I hate this guy. I can't believe he's defending Jennifer. You know what? I'm going to defend her until I see something that is a aha moment. And if you're claiming there is any in this case, you're not telling the truth, because there is none. There is nothing yet in here. Now, there is stuff, like a 1 ping angle, but I'm going to make a video on this tonight, like probably tonight or early in the morning tomorrow, and I'll put it out there, and it's going to be about her ping information from work, home, and then from home to the doctor's appointment, then back home, and then back out searching, and I'm going to compare it to what she told people in interviews. Would you guys be interested in that one? Because at this point, I'm pretty good at figuring out what road they're on based on the cell tower data that they have in this cast information. I actually think that that's what in the Idaho 4 case there, that one detective used something very similar, and that makes sense. Well, I'm going to do it tomorrow. I'm going to do it overnight. I want to make a video on it, Zozo. That's why I'm going to do it. You notice how, like, right now there's only 1,000 people watching, and it's going to get less and less and less and less and less. When you make videos, at least you get a continual viewership for a day. Yeah. Ashlyn said, I guess I'll just check back in when you actually have something of value. Like the interviews you did. Those were good. Thanks. Hey, Ashlyn, how about you just get the hell out of here, okay? You're an embarrassment. Anyways, here's the article I was going to read right here. You know what's funny? People just think they can just say whatever the hell that. It's just so stupid. God, you're dumb. What an idiot. Wow. Yeah, it's just rude as hell is what it is. So let's take a look at this one. Discovery what mothers see and do in gaining awareness of abuse of their children. You want to see this? I'll just go down here. The role of mothers in in the protection of children and in helping children heal after trauma, including sexual abuse, can hardly be overstated. Most studies of mothers examine post-discovery belief and support of child. For many mothers, discovery of abuse may be more of a process than an event. Rarely does a child simply make a straightforward report after the first incident of abuse. In fact, the majority of abused children do not reveal sexual abuse during childhood. Often, the child is groomed to become accustomed to an escalating set of events that progress from innocent touch to serious abuse incidents. By the time the child is experiencing severe abuse, several things may have occurred. He or she may feel responsible, may feel guilty for not telling sooner, may become inappropriately acclimated to the abuse as a normal life, or a normal life event, or may even enjoy certain aspects of their relationship with the perpetrator and thus cooperate with protecting him or her. The child may fear being disbelieved or causing the family trouble with a disclosure. Children are also frequently threatened not to tell, and active disclosure in childhood actually may result in more violent abuse, according to a retrospective study of 122 women. In some cases, the mother may even approach the abused child with her concerns and have the child blatantly deny any abuse. So could that have been happening here with Madeline? Or disclose and then retract the disclosure. Further, 20 to 50% of children may be initially asymptomatic, making detection even more difficult. Needless to say, these factors can be very confusing to mothers. In such situations, the mother's discovery process can be, in spite of the child's reactions or statements rather than becoming them. One recent qualitative study indicates that disclosure patterns may be quite diverse. In addition to accidental, purposeful, or prompted, illicit, reported children may give behavioral and indirect verbal signs. So this gets interesting down here. So nobody wants to listen to any of this, or are you guys interested in this? Wow, so much disrespect because other... No, Maggie, that's not what happened, Maggie. Somebody made a rude comment up there, Maggie. Why don't you try to pay attention, Maggie? I think people just come in here and just blatantly act like fools, like 90% of the time. I don't know what the hell, what the deal is here. Where are all the old freaks, man? You know? I just miss the normal people. God, what a bunch of just... Wow. Unreal. Scary, almost. Because mothers sometimes have to piece together a puzzle of facts, hunches, and fragments of what they have seen and heard, the discovery process may take time. Parallel to the process of gaining more information is the internal process of acceptance that sexual abuse might have or did happen. Postulated that a progression of maternal responses may mirror those observed with some... I'm trying to find, there's a certain part down here, I think it was like... Yeah. You're pretty normal. It's just strange to me. You get these people that just show up and they're so freaking rude. They act like they just run the internet and they just get to... And then people wonder why. Look how mean Gray is to his subs. I don't want subs like that. If you leave, I don't give a damn if you're rude. You know what I'm saying? Get the hell out of here. Nobody cares. I just want to have, like, be able to do my shows, present what I'm presenting. If you like it, you like it. But if you come in here and you make your stupid ass comments, you're gone. It's ridiculous. God, it's so stupid. It may be that mothers have a sense that something isn't quite right. Before they know, so this is where it might be interesting here. It may be that mothers have a sense that something isn't quite right. Remember how Jennifer originally was looking for stuff? Before they know what before they know what that might be and before they even have solid evidence. What the mothers do with this intuitive concerns, including what actions they might take, is of interest because it may inform clinical approaches to prevention, early intervention, and support. The more professionals learn how mothers come to have concerns and what they do about such concerns, the better they can help mothers resolve discomfort and find clarity. Right, I could see that. Like, what was the thing that you noticed, and it turned out to be something. Let's see. Victims' perceptions of their mothers may influence their willingness to disclose. Conducted qualitative interviews with 9 victims of incest regarding their first disclosure. These women reported they had not directly disclosed abuse as children, partly because they saw their mothers as needy. These victims saw the incestuous burden as an essential secret, but also the disclosure as a loss with problems no matter what they did. Yet reporting to mothers may be very important. Discovered, let's see, some kind of a test here, discovered that children who first reported abuse to their mothers received significantly more maternal support than those who first told someone other than the mother. The study suggests that if a child selects mother as the first person to tell about abuse, this may indicate a stronger mother-child relationship and make belief easier for a mother. Anyways, I think it's an interesting, there's interesting information in there, especially this first part up here. It's just so weird, I'm just trying to do a normal show here, and you get these people that come in, and it's just bizarre. Why? See, I don't care if you think that Jennifer is absolutely part of something. However, when you say it, give me some concrete evidence of it. Okay? Something. Because what you're doing is exactly like everybody does in all the cases. Once there's an arrest, they look for the secondary boogeyman because there's nobody else to go after. All right. Now, if it turns out that there's another piece of information that we don't have yet that directly ties her to knowledge or anything like that, I'll jump on board with you. But you know what's going to be weird? You guys are going to go, "See, Gray, I told you." You know what? You'll be just, it's pure luck on your part that came out in the investigation. All right. You know how it goes. I'm not doing the ping. I'm not doing it. I'm going to make the video with it. All right, should we do the open up the phone lines again or what? Here we go. Yee-hoo! Here comes the trolls. Yeah, doesn't she seem sort of needy? Jennifer Soto is a classic victim for a sex offender like Stephen Stearns. And all it was she was used to get to Maddie, and he picked a person with a certain age that over the years could groom, and Jennifer wouldn't have a clue. Okay? Because Jennifer, if she has ADHD and is a little out there, she probably doesn't pick up on any of these cues. But she's a monster. And I know it all comes down to, because she said to go sleep up in the same room. But that's probably what if you read the statements there, it was a common thing. If it was so weird in her mind, why would she say that? Wouldn't she say, "Oh, I don't know, I never let him do that. I was just really tired this night." But instead it was like this natural, normal thing, it seemed like, in their household. They did it all the time. Like, sometimes they'd all three sleep together. Sometimes it would just be her and Maddie. And then sometimes her and Stephen if she needed a good night's sleep. I don't know what that means, Debbie. Nobody knows what that means. All right, guys, let's hit that like button if you could. We're at 726. Let's hit that like button right now. Hit that like button. 5, 10, 15, 20. Do I hear 30? Do I hear 40? Use your nose, use your toes, whatever blows. Hit that like button. Hit that like button right now. One of these things in the world to do. Just hit the like button. And I've got some snake oil to sell you. Oh, there you go. Okay.
I'm fired up at 10 down 15
Evil
on
can never be bad
15
enough.
on 15.
All right. Jen was following orders and relying on rehearsed stories Stefan told her to say. Yeah, that's exactly right. I don't think it was orders, though. Lil Miss, TikTok, a lot. I don't think it was orders at all. I think it was purely, she trusted him. She wasn't awake. He was doing her a favor. He told the story to her, and she just was, that's what the story is. So she repeated it. And, it was like, yeah, we took her to school, but it was really, like we, the family. I'm not even sure that was something he said to say we. I think it's just like, because immediately she, right after that goes, no, well, he dropped her off at school, Both times. What's going on, Truth Sleuth? Yep. It's not really that great a memory. It's just like I could say it right now. He picked her up to take her to school. It's almost like she's saying he drove out from out of town to take her to school. Because now that sort of makes sense. He wasn't staying there. He drove all the way from his parents' house. So he picked her up to take her to school, and he dropped her off near the school, and then it was something like that. Near the school, she was wearing like a green jacket, a top, and black shorts, and then he came back home. Then later, then all the rest is really her story. But you can see she's searching to remember what he said. I don't think it was a plotted plan. I just think she believes what he said, and she's the one that's being interviewed. Lanky Hughes? What? What's that? It's a strange dynamic, and Stefan shows up. I guess one thing I'll show you on for the ping, just to give you a little bit of a hint of what we're going to be talking about in the video. Oh yeah, it's kind of like right around in here. There's like one specific shot, but I know what it all means. Yeah, this one right here. I don't know if you can see this, but this is at 10:44, and it's hard to do an overlay with this, but I'll show you where this is. That's Osceola Parkway and John Young Parkway, just north of that. So it's kind of like right here. So that circle, that's actually the circle right there. Okay, that's the exact circle they have on that map that you're looking at. It goes like that. This is where the St. Cloud Medical Group Family Medicine building is, right here. So that definitely is a place I mean, that's exactly where you would go if you're going to the doctor's office. Family practice, right? It's right there. However, when you look at this, there's a small tower in here. Now, I don't know if there's... I mean, it's just kind of interesting. This tower right there, see how it has the segment going like this? So that means there's another segment like that, right? Now that hospital should be pinging inside of this segment right there, because that hospital's right there. That means it's on this side. Do you guys get what I'm saying here? That ping should be happening on, like if I was to draw another line, that would be one of the other, there's three segments that are 120 degrees, 120, 120, and then this would be 120, and then 120. Does that make sense? The hospital is right here. So I don't know if there's just, you know, see how it's on this side? And that thing's going like this. So that means it should be pinging. I mean, if you just look at it from, like here, there's a pond there and a pond there. If we go back to that image, that's the pond and that's the pond. So that hospital's right there. If she's in that hospital, it should be pinging in this quadrant of that cell tower, not in this one. So that actually, you know, if you're just basing it on that, she is absolutely right inside this circle here. However, if this cell tower is significant and they can't explain why it's pinging on that quadrant, then that would mean that she is in this area over here at like the loop in Kissimmee or something. See right over here? So, you know, it just seems to me like more of a possibility that little cell tower has the wrong ping information, because this absolutely, the circular information that's on there, you know, if you go up, I think it's this one right here. See that? That hospital's right there. See where my mouse is? That's where the doctor's office is. This is where her phone is from 10:06 to 10:15, you know, etc. All right. So there you have it. There you have it. I bet nobody was even listening. It should have been more interesting to people, but as you can tell, nobody was. It's just people are like, hey, now what about the school at all? But the Western U.S., if your child is not at school at 10 a.m., you would get a call stating you need to call your child. Yeah. Everybody always says that. But normally when something's interesting, somebody types something in. Thank you, Signals. My little way of saying thanks for what you do. Well, thank you. Yeah, so I'm going to go over her entire driving around with the timeline. You know, we've already seen the one where she shows up, but I'll just sort of play through that quickly and just kind of, okay, here it goes. And then she's at home. Now, this is when her phone leaves again. And we know that Stephen Stearns, he came home at a certain time. Let's see. This is great.
From Denver, how are you?
Jim Lawn. What the hell's going on, Jim Lawn?
Nothing much, man. Yeah, this guy is guilty. Just look at his mugshot. Look at his dead, cold eyes.
How about my thumbnail? His eyes are like weird. I'm sticking out.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no. Well, everybody knows he's guilty. It's really just trying to piece together what happened, not the fact that if he's guilty. I don't think there's a soul. Well, some of the people that think Brian Koberger is innocent are looking for ways to make Stephen Stearns innocent, but there's no chance. This guy is absolutely toast. It's just interesting trying to put the puzzle together. I guess it's at this point it's a little bit like, well, it's not like, well, the difference is he hasn't confessed to anything yet, you know. So it's not like Chris Watts who was found guilty. I mean, he admitted to doing it like 3 days in, and everybody still wanted to follow it every day. You still there?
Yeah, no, it's weird. Like, yeah, driving around. Like, I'm gonna go to McDonald's, and now I'm gonna go back to Kiss Me to get a gate clicker. Like, none of it makes sense.
Yeah, he's going to go back to the gate clicker, having to go through the front gate to avoid having to go through the front gate when he comes back, he said. It's so stupid. It's almost like he's telling them,
ridiculous.
I don't want to be seen coming through the front gate later, so I want to go get the... It's just really weird. It's like a dumb... He knows he's busted right in the middle of that. He comes up with something that sounds so dumb, and they call him out on it and say, well, why didn't you just drop her off then go home the same way you went to when you went to pick up the clicker? And he's like, I don't know. It just... when I come back later, I want to be able to go through the back gate.
Yeah, it's so dumb.
Yeah, it's dumb.
So stupid. But anyway, Gray, I'll let you get going. Good to talk to you again, brother. How's Blue doing?
He seems to be doing pretty good. He's got a good breathing rate. Runs around a little bit. Coughs every once in a while, but doing good.
That's good, man. Yeah, I love that dog. All right, buddy.
Cool.
Well, hey, we'll talk soon.
Well, thanks for calling in. Gigawatt.
All right, buddy.
All right,
thanks. Yep, bye-bye.
All right. How much? What is it? How big is a gigawatt? Mm-hmm. Well, maybe, type in some questions, you guys. Go ahead. What's something you're thinking about? We'll go over those. How do you know all the prosecutors want to charge her, Olga? How do you make comments like that? It's weird. Pinging talks to me? What? Oh, man, you're all over the place. Well, we don't know who called 911, do we? I mean, we heard the 911 call, but, maybe she had it, dialed it, and goes, let somebody else do it, or she was right there and was too freaked out to do it. We've heard it where there's like a whole bunch of different people on the call, switching around to different people. But why does that bother everybody so much? I mean, she was there. She wanted the 911 call to happen. Yeah, that's a good question there, Katya T. I'll give you that one. Right. Why didn't she just stay one more night at the grandparents' house and not bother having Stephen Stearns come into town at all, and she could just pick her up the next morning? She had that doctor's appointment, so she could have just picked her up at 11:30 or something. Hey, thanks, Alex. I think that's a good point. Now, it could have been that maybe the grandparents, said, "Hey, can you take her home tonight or something?" And then she's like, "Oh man, shit. Let me see if Stefan can come up here or something. I can't. I need. I don't know. I don't know the answers to questions like that. But that's a pretty good one. I like that." I'm not. It doesn't. What bothers me is the. So Tiffany goes, "Why does it bother you so much that people are bothered?" I'm not bothered at all that people are bothered by it. I'm bothered by that fact too, that she allowed them to sleep together. I just think it was normal in the family, based on what friends and the grandmother and everybody have said. That's how she is. That she needs to be with people, and so maybe Stephen Stearns utilized that need in his advantage. Okay, but what I don't like is when people say things like they just know it, like they go, "Oh, she's definitely involved." That's such an irresponsible thing to say, because there's no evidence at all, and it bothers me when people talk like that. Okay, if there was evidence that absolutely showed that she was involved, just like I'm talking about Stephen Stearns, I would be saying the same thing towards her, but I haven't seen that yet. I don't think she walked to the car in the morning because she was already limp as she was leaving. But you know what? That's not a bad point, though, Sarah, because here's what you might look at. Because I keep wondering about this. There's one thing I'm wondering about. I've been wondering about. Is that he's at the bin here at 7:36, but leaves at 7:50. So what was he doing for that 14-minute time frame? I mean, it's just right there. He puts the bag in the dumpster at 7:36, and then at 7:50 leaves. So what if she did get into the car normally? But then wouldn't she already be? I mean, she wouldn't be letting him throw the stuff into the dumpster. So that, to me, it feels like she's already been incapacitated or killed before throwing that stuff into the dumpster. But wouldn't it be interesting if she was still alive when she got into the car, and then near the dumpster he strangles her and then puts the stuff in the vehicle and then places her kind of propped up and then leaves with her. So that's not a bad thought there. Maybe she was alive getting into the car. But also, why does she have the blue jeans on if that's not what she normally wears to school, I guess? Yeah, I'm sure they're investigating it all. They're trying to see anything that's connected. And it wouldn't shock me if somehow Jennifer was involved. I'm just purely stating right now there's zero evidence that she was a participant and it had any other elements to do with the death. Like, I don't think she has anything to do with the death of Maddie. Now, if she was, if she was knowledgeable that there was sexual activity and still sent her up to bed, then throw the book at her. I don't give two shits, okay? I'll be right in the same camp with the rest of you. But at this point, there's nothing, and she should get the benefit of the doubt as being a victim of Stephen Stearns as well. It's weird how people can't see that. It's just so... It's almost irresponsible to blame somebody without having any proof at all. Yeah, that was one of the things that Zozo was looking at. You know the tripod and masturbation cream? You know that stuff? It wasn't found in room number 4, okay? It wasn't found in room number 4. Yeah, the only action that you can blame is that thing about sending, hey, I need a good night's sleep. Can you guys sleep up in that upstairs room? And you know what? I bet you Stephen Stearns groomed the mother and the child, and that all seemed totally normal to them. That's why Jennifer states it everywhere, because it doesn't bother her. Okay, the cream... Okay, the tripod... I don't know what you're saying. The cream was found in the room number 4, but the tripod wasn't. The tripod was found downstairs. All right. So, if people were trying to associate the two, it's a little disturbing that the cream is found in that room, of course. Yeah. Well, when we do cases, we theorize and speculate on the facts of the cases. So this channel isn't going to be the fun one for the people who hate Jennifer, right? This is a channel if you want to go over the facts and try to put together something that makes sense in order. And then if the facts point to something, then boom, right? So maybe we're missing some elements here that might tell a different story. I mean, there is another element. I guess I could show you on here then. I'll go through this whole thing in a video, but so look at let me go. I think we passed it. I don't know if I can find it. Oh wait, no, it's before that. Yes, this is where Jen is right there. Yeah, so there's like, they're kind of in a similar area for a little bit. Yeah. Man, I can't find the spot. There's 3 minutes where they're in a similar area because he's driving on the street. I think he's at a stop at a stop sign or a stop light, and she's at the hospital. But some people might think, oh, she transferred something. Maybe they gave the, But there's main streets in this town. Thanks, Astral Clover. I'm about an hour behind the live, but I'd rather show my support than buy a Starbucks. Let me know there's a better way to support Venmo and Cash App. Or Cash App's pretty cool because they don't take any percentage or anything. YouTube takes 30% or something. Transatlantic. Thank you, Alex. Yeah, so he's kind of like over in this area.
I'm about an hour behind the live, but I rather show my support than buy a Starbucks. Smiley face, LMK if there's a better way to support. Venmo, Cash App.
Yeah, no, that's weird. Yeah, so I guess they're not in the same spot. 'Cause it's interesting, there's all these towers that aim in different directions. But, I'm having a hard time finding them. Did they hide in Florida, did they hide them in, like, palm leaves or something? It's tough to find these things.
Transatlantic, Ocean Wave, X.
Let's see if we can just find this one phone right here. West Vine Street. All right, let's see. There's West Vine Street. And it's north of that. It's kind of like right in here. Okay, there it is. That's that one. So it should be right in here. Should be able to see a cell tower if we go down to the ground right here and just kind of look. What the hell's going on? Come on. I don't see it. Tiffany, you seem like a big complainer, like just one of the whiners that wants the show to be about them, but it never is, you know? Let's see. I don't know where that tower is. Normally you can see them, but they must hide them pretty well here. Let's see. In my opinion, I think they bounce around to different cases, and yeah. I'm just referring to your removed comment up there. Yep, see that? See that? Now you're laughing because you know, you want another comment. It's about you. Let's see. This whole existence was mostly hinged on depraved. Well, I mean, look what he did. He took. Let's see. Remember that time at his house? He tried to take a photograph of one of his friends' moms in a bathroom. Then he also had a roommate with a girlfriend, and he put a camera in that room in his 20s. And then just recently he's been filming the roommate in the house. Voyeurism camera. So I'm wondering if he's making money on the internet, and Maddie's just sort of like the girl thing that he's selling too. Like, I bet he didn't really give a damn about her. I think he's just this sexual pervert selling stuff on the internet. No, nobody ever called you anything, Tiffany. That's your own brain. It doesn't work right. It's incorrect. Luck for appointment. Hey, Notorious Nance. How's it going? I think I missed some of your comments up there. Your own experience are used for good. But here's what I'm challenging people to do, is have an open mind as to why Jennifer might have allowed them to sleep in the same room upstairs after being with each other for 7 years. She trusted him. She seemed shocked when she saw the images. She seemed to not have any idea of what they were doing. And I think if you look into on your own what these guys do in terms of finding a woman with a child and how they interact with the woman and then eventually the child, and how they keep them all sort of, and I think if you challenge yourself to go out and look at this stuff up, you might be able to find a way to think a little differently here. Because I have a feeling that even if law enforcement said, you know what, we've decided that she's been an absolute victim herself, all of you will still say, oh, that's bull crap, man, because I would. And it's just, it gets so old, you guys. It gets so old. And you know what people always say? Gray, how come you're so much nicer when you're on court TV? And I always say this, because I don't have the same assholes that show up in the chat trashing, bashing, just talking like a bunch of garbage. When I do these shows, and when I'm just talking to regular people and I show up on somebody else's panel or something, it's just normal, okay? It's absolute normal. It's totally different. Are you okay, Veruca Salt? Hey, Usty Strike. And when I say that, I mean there's people that show up here intentionally doing that. Right. They're already saying, that's no excuse, blah, 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 blah. Because they think they'd be so much better. And what I keep trying to tell, and then when you start going down the argument, you start saying, okay, so is there ever a point that you would have let's say you remarry somebody and you have a child, and let's say you're really sick and the other child's scared and can't sleep alone, would you ever trust your husband that's been with you for, like, let's say 7 years And even though it's not the biological father, would you trust him enough? And I would say if you can't trust them, if you really think inside, I just can't trust them, then you should get a divorce tomorrow. And if you don't get a divorce, that means you are negligent. That means you are willfully, knowingly allowing somebody to be in your home that you have a gut feeling, I don't trust him, and you're still allowing them to be around him. You get it? So I'm sort of tongue-in-cheek here, but that's kind of what you're saying here. I know it's weird to allow that. We've already had this conversation, but, you know, it's just, it is what it is. Hey, Enlightened One, I talk exactly the way I should talk, okay? You got a lot, and I don't care. Like if a viewer comes in like you, for example, I don't care if I sound a certain way to them. No, I did a good night of super chats, Enlightened One. You're unenlightened. What an idiot again, Jesus. What are your thoughts on the tripods? I don't know. I'm sure you maybe used them to take photographs of what he was doing. But a lot of people, I have, let's see, I have 4 tripods. You should really listen, go back and try to read some of the comments, Enlightened One, and maybe you can enlighten yourself. You sound really naive, almost dumb, to be honest with you. Have a good time somewhere else. Let's see, what do we got? Paulette, boom. Gray doesn't kill. Yeah, if somebody comes in here and is rude and they start saying stuff that you didn't say, it's not going to go well, right? You come in here and you go, Gray, how dare you? You think it's okay for somebody to sleep in it? And I go, no, I don't think it's okay, but I can see how Stephen Stern's manipulated the situation. Can't you? That's what these guys do. Yeah, I just called that person a name because they attacked me in here, Tiffany Black. Just like, so you're being passive aggressive yourself. If you make any more of those comments, I'm removing you from the channel, okay? You keep doing the same shit over and over again. Childish. Yeah, I don't want anybody else removing people. You can block, time people out. I'll do the removing. Unless they're, you know, honest, you can just see that they're a troll right out of the gate. What do I think about the mom? I think the mom is not very bright. Probably not a great mom. Just in general, seems like she's just kind of squeaking by. Probably doesn't always do what's best for her child, etc. Just in general, you know. But gets her just enough, you know. Kind of relies on her family to do a lot for her, etc. You know, kind of relies on other people. Not bright. Yeah. So there you go. For a couple of months, be in my bed. Yeah, I mean, that's what people say. You know, it is sort of a good point when people say stuff like, hey, you know, she hadn't seen him in a couple of months. He comes into town, and instead of her sleeping with him, she sends her upstairs with somebody else. But, you know, I don't know. You know, it sounds like they weren't really together much, but maybe he wanted to, it was a birthday, and he was going to come into town and just help out a little bit, but she's not really that into him, you know. That's right, Esther M. That's right. Now, look at it. Here we go. Listen to this comment. You think she would let another woman sleep in the bed with him? I say no, but it's okay for that angle. I don't know what that means. I don't even know what you just wrote there. You think she would let another grown woman sleep in the bed with him? I say no, but it's okay for that angle. Well, it's because they're just sleeping. It's a child that can't sleep alone. So she goes, I won't get a good night's sleep, so you guys sleep up there. Apparently that's just how they were there. Even one of the, it doesn't matter how many times you repeat something to somebody. They don't hear it. You know? Well, I think the facts on Jennifer is that a lot of the things that she said, or the pinging data, match up with it. So that's interesting, right? Mm-hmm. I think cases like this are interesting when you get a lot of this data. We have so much information, just like technical information and interviews and stuff that you can try to piece things together. When you listen to Jennifer's comments, it seems to match the ping information and seems like a concerned mother that a child is missing. And so I think most people can agree that she has nothing to do, right? Most of you agree that she has nothing to do with the death of her child, right? Like she didn't kill Maddie. Like she didn't have knowledge of it and wasn't a participant, right? You guys all agree with that, right? And by the way, again, like it was later in the show where I don't sound as pleased because you get people that always just whine and complain. They show up out of nowhere. They're never here. I do shows 365 days a year, basically, maybe 360 out of a year. Every single day I do shows, and a lot of times we have the same 300, 400, 500 people watching, and sometimes that feels good, it's like a family. And then whenever a bigger case comes along, you get a lot of crazy people that show up almost every single time. And I don't know where they come from under rocks or some other wacko YouTube channel somewhere. And they just start firing, they listen to somebody else that go, oh, that Jen, oh my God, and they throw out stuff that doesn't prove anything, but they believe it all. Then they come over here and they have vitriol, like they just know everything about it. Then they're shocked when somebody doesn't see it the way their mob of people saw it. And I this is the only way I can respond to it. I'm not going to pretend everything is great when it's not, and I'm not here to beg for subs and everything. Like, oh my God, please sub to my channel. Hey, your comment was awesome. It was so good. It was so great. Stay, please. Stay. I mean, if you want to be here, you want to be here. If you don't, you don't. Okay? It's as simple as that. But what you always get is people whine. Once they leave, they go, "God, that Gray guy, he was so mean to his subs." I haven't been mean to one sub. Every sub that I know that has been here a long time, we had a good night tonight, right? It's the ones that show up randomly, and I don't even know if they're subs or not. They're viewers, sure, but what difference does it make? It doesn't give you the right to be rude like that, just showing up. It's my show, always slept with one or both of them. It was normal for them, so until I know, she always... Right. And so like I said before, is if we find out that Jennifer knew at all that there was sexual activity going on between them and allowed them to sleep together again, I'll just absolutely change. And what's weird is there still won't be anything out of the stuff that we've just read that'll point to anything. You might be able to sort of go, oh, okay, so maybe when she said this, she was really doing this. You might be able to do that, but there's nothing. Mm-hmm. Let's see, Notorious, we appreciate you. Just hit the thumbs up. I can't do it right now. Hey, well, you don't need to, Notorious Nance. Nobody has to help out at all. As a matter of fact, we already gave out the 5 memberships. We're doing good. We'll see how tomorrow goes. See, Katya T, you always say stuff that just doesn't, and then you wonder, God, you're just unbelievable. I'm new and fun, the UK, so didn't know you are on Core TV. Huh? Oh, well, I've been on there, I don't know, gosh, probably 12 times now or something. I was on for the Delphi case, Idaho 4 case, that one out of, I can't remember her name, but Naomi Arion. I just remember it right there, right? Popped into my head. And then I've been on a bunch of times for this case.
If Stefan Stern turns on
Probably 10 times. Yeah. That's just the words that you use, Katya T. It is an emotional case, I'll give you that. I mean, if you're a mother and you have a child, you can't fathom. But you know what? Every single parent that this happens to, they say the same thing. That's why I compare it to hot car deaths. You know what I mean? You know the hot car deaths out there? There's a lot of you out there that go, man, those parents should get thrown in prison. You know, Zozo's one of those people, right? But it's the same thing to me. It's exactly the same. Hot car deaths. You got a lady that's driving her kid around, and her brains, I definitely see negligence in those cases, for sure. But when people start trying to pin a murder on a case, one of those hot car deaths, I just go, you got to be kidding me. You know, like Justin Ross Harris case is the one that was just absolutely insane. The guy, he got charged with malice murder, and they pinned it on him because they made him look really bad to the jury because they brought up these other things that are absolutely meaningless about him sexting some other girls and things like that, underage even. So he got put in prison for that. But that was what distracted him. So he got malice murder because he was distracted by something that wasn't pleasing to people. And then the jury then, because they hated him so much, were able to picture and believe a greater story. And I think that's what's scary about the society. And I thought, man, what a ridiculous trial that was. He got screwed. And guess what? Just a year or so, I mean, like just recently, they overturned his conviction. And he does have to do the time served for the, but it was exactly for the reasons we all said during that trial. Okay, so again, when you rationally look at a case, you got it right. The jury didn't get it right, and it was proven that it wasn't right later. Okay, it wasn't one of those ones where I was going to go, well, it's just two different opinions, it was, he should have got something. I could definitely see getting something like negligence, but you know what's weird about negligence? Negligence has to be something that you knowingly did intentionally, like it'll, you should have known something. But how would you know when you're driving around that somehow your kid's going to die in a hot car because you're going to leave him there accidentally? So that makes that hard, but it feels negligent for sure. Like it's like, wow, the parent should have known. I mean, you're full responsibility of that child. Mm-hmm. Create their own narrative. If they can't see the value in what you do, it's their life. Yeah, no, that's cool. I mean, we do such great work on different cases out there. I mean, there's probably people that don't really have a clue about other cases we do. The Delphi case, the Idaho 4 case is a big one that I've done for a long time. If you're out there and you follow the Idaho 4 case but haven't followed me, you probably haven't seen some of the cool stuff we've done over here. Here, I'll show you one of the 3D models that I made while you're sitting here as we keep peeling off people viewing. Okay, there's 9. Okay, he's not still talking about 7. Okay, I'm out of here. He's not still talking about 7. I'm out of here. We all know that, Tiffany. You can write it 15,000 ways and it won't change. We all know that. We've said that 16,000 times. But what I am saying, you guys, if you are a woman out there and you've got a child that is below the age of 18, do not consider dating or remarrying because you are negligent if you have any suspicions at all about them. And if you don't have suspicions, you're also negligent because apparently you should know that there's something going to go happen. There's something going to happen there. All right, here we go. That's not the same thing. It's like driving to work every single day, and then one day you has a hot car death. And then in Stephen Stern's case, you could say from Madeline's or for Jennifer's point of view that they slept every single day. Let's say they slept multiple times together, and she never died, so she never knew anything bad was happening. And then now that she's dead, we go, oh, look at that. So that's a perfect analogy that I made if you want to look at it correctly. Anyways, here's the, in this case, the Idaho 4 case. Look at this. This is my 3D model of the actual house. You see, going up the stairs and around. And then here's the room with the one victim on the ground. And here's the bed over here with somebody laying on the bed. Then you go out, and then here's the stairs. And this is the room where Dylan Mortensen lived in, who spotted Brian Koberger in about this position with bushy eyebrows. And this is her room. And then you go up the stairs right there. This is Kaylee Gonzalez's room. Her dog's even in the corner over there. Exit that. Then go into Madison Mogan's room. And this is where both of them were found. I guess Kaylee was kind of bent over like that. And Madison was on the bed. And a knife sheath was found right there. Then you go down the stairs. And then he went out like this and ran up. And I have a whole bunch of videos from there. Who carfs? I don't know. What's carfing mean? 5 o'clock shadow. Never heard of that. What's a carf? I'm not sure. Let me know what carfing is, and I'll ask everybody if they've done that before. Isn't that cool, though, you guys? So there you go. If you like true crime done the right way, you come over here. Just try not to be asses, I guess. It's just weird. Everybody always takes what I say and puts it back out. Not what I said, but how they heard it the way their brain wants to hear it in their tunnel vision. So if I say, man, I think it's really weird that she allowed them to sleep up there together, I just think Stephen Stearns created the environment that it seemed normal to all of them. He manipulated them. He is a predator. He's the one that put semen in vials when he was young and tried to get girls to drink it at school because they thought it would make them pregnant. He's the one that went over to a friend's house and filmed his friend's mother in a bathroom and almost got shot by the father. He's the one that set up a server at a house when he was young and had a roommate and filmed his roommate's girlfriend. And Stephen Stern's mother paid off the roommate so that they wouldn't say anything. There was also CSAM material there. He's the one that killed Madeline. He's the one that also filmed one of the roommates in the house while they were even in that house right there. Don't you get it? This guy is sick, and nobody caught him on all those things. You know, they did back then, but nothing happened to him back then, right? So he got better at it. Look at, he's filming the freaking roommate that lives in the house with Jennifer. And he wasn't caught on that. People are trying to find a way to blame the roommate. They didn't hear anything? Didn't they notice that they were sleeping there? They should have said something to somebody. Okay, so now watch. In 5 minutes, somebody's going to say, Gray, I can't believe you think it's okay for somebody to sleep. You know, you get it? Like, I've said what I just said 50 times now, that I think it's weird. It doesn't seem normal at all to have a sort of boyfriend, sort of stepdad-ish kind of thing, you know, be sent up to another room with the girl and the mother's there with the young girl. I think it's weird. But again, if you just listen to the next sentence, I think Stephen Stearns set up that entire scenario and it seemed normal. That's why Jennifer, when she's being interviewed, has such an easy time telling the story. It's simple for her. She just goes, oh yeah, I mean, you know, not every time, but yeah, sometimes when I need a good night's sleep, they'd sleep together, sure. It seemed normal to her. Like, it, you know, she wasn't like, oh, I know it sounds weird, you know. She just said it like it was everyday, kind of normal for other people. I bet you Stephen Stearns sold it that way. You know, I just feel so happy. It's so great, you know, when you do. That one time I slept with her that one night, we really bonded, you know, and I felt so loved by all of you guys, and, you know, and then she probably, you know how Stephen Stearns talks, right? That weird ass voice and his manipulative shit that he does. Why, Katya T? Jeez, what? Something's wrong, man. God. If anyone in here will believe Stephen Stearns, I'm actually turning off the phone since nobody's calling in. You'll have to bore yourself through it there, Katya T. Yeah, his voice is just, ugh, God. Maybe we can just listen to that one again. Where is it?
Okay. So the first question is if I can have your first, your last name, and spell them both out for me.
Okay. Jennifer Soto, Jenn. I don't think she does.
Okay. And you said no time? And last name, and spell them both out for me.
Stephen Stearns, Stephan Stearns.
Alright, so Stephen, you seem very emotional right now. Explain to us.
I dropped her off. Everything was fine and I drove away. That's what we said.
What were the conversations that you had in the car when you dropped her off?
Not much. She was asleep for most of the way. Told her have a good day at school when she got out. I love her. She said thanks, love you too.
And there she went. There she went. You know.
And so, where do you think she could possibly be?
Stephen.
I mean, this isn't, as I was told, this isn't normal behavior.
This is not normal behavior. She's not the type that would just run off. We don't know where she can be. We're scared. We just want her.
Who thinks they pimped her out for money? Where the hell do you guys come up with this stuff? God, Jesus.
Her home.
Are you, in a sense, blaming yourself?
It's hard not to.
Why?
I dropped her off early. I could have waited longer. She looked okay. She was walking towards the school when I saw her. It was like any other day, so I went on with my day. It's hard not to blame myself.
I wouldn't doubt if
What
he
has the
made money off
conversation
of
been
her.
with Jen since.
Because he had the Telegram
She's been
account,
very,
but not
a lot
pimped
stronger
her
than
out.
me.
I mean, Jesus, you guys.
she's been holding it together really well, and but it just keeps coming in waves. Just the reality keeps
That's
hitting.
true, Jackson. That's
We don't know
true.
where she is. We don't know if she's safe. We're just scared. We just want her home.
Have
I
you
just want home.
like literally put boots on the ground, went out?
I really did.
Yeah, I even went out with the cops where I had dropped her off, and we looked all up and down the road. All along
No, she didn't
communities,
pimp
and
anybody out.
There was nothing helpful. None of the cameras were pointing the street.
Pimped her out to the boyfriend? Ah, come
Nothing.
on. Good,
Which in
Jesus, give me a
2024
break.
was surprising. The church across the street had some.
Like, hey, if you give me under $200, you can sleep upstairs tonight. I'll tell you what, though. Seriously, scrapping. If that's a true thing, I'll jump on your guys' ship. Okay? If it turns out that's really going on, I'll jump on your ship.
Cameras, and they mentioned seeing her waiting around in the parking lot for a while before moving on, and that was it. But it was grainy. It was grainy footage, and not much else.
Does it seem like she walked west, east?
They said in the direction of the school. I'm not sure what that is.
What was the language? Not language verbally, body language. When you dropped her off, did she seem happy? Was she like, I'm going to meet my
was
friends?
Happy. She got a happy weekend. She just turned
Happy.
13. She'd
She's
had
really
her
happy.
13th birthday party.
She's so happy. She's the most happy person I've ever
She was
seen. So
that we were
happy,
all
happy,
together
happy.
here, and
I mean, never
she's
I've
very
ever
happy.
seen
She's a
anybody as happy.
kid. She's very
Just
sweet.
so
She's
happy.
a very sweet girl.
You know?
She brings a lot
Happy,
of joy
happy.
to us, and we
Just happy, happy. Everything's happy. You know, just real
Not
sweet,
knowing.
happy. Everything's happy.
So the unknown is killing you.
Yeah, it's like our whole world is upside down. And not feeling her presence here is. Sorry. It's hard.
Oh no, you're fine. Don't need to apologize. What do you want our viewers
No need to apologize.
to know?
That's not going to
when they
live
see
well.
when they see this?
That's not going to age well. Hey, there's no need to apologize, guy.
Sweetheart. She's a very sweet, kind girl. Just please be nice to her. Bring her home if you find her. Tell her that we love her. Wherever she is, I hope she's okay.
Well, you know exactly where
if
she is,
someone were
Stephen
to come in
Stearns. You put her
contact with
between
and you gave me
some
her
bamboo trees.
diagnoses,
Okay?
would it be
Isn't that
easy
amazing?
to approach her without any like
Well, you just look at this guy and all the crap that he'd already done. Just look at how he's just sitting there doing this.
agitation or anything?
Yeah. She's a good kid. She's a good kid.
If you can sum up in one complete sentence: waking up, getting ready to drop her off at school, dropping her off at school, to now speaking to me after talking to the police about her being missing for over 24 hours right now. In one complete sentence, what would that be?
A living nightmare. It's a living nightmare.
I think she's just standing off to the side there.
Day started off like any other. And I just want to wake up and just get hit with waves of the reality. Just it's setting in. As soon as it got dark last night, we started falling apart because we knew it wasn't going to come to an end. And now we're going on 24 hours and still nothing. Just conflicting reports here and there. People say they see this or that. None of it's conclusive and none of it's helpful. We just want our baby girl back.
That's going to be impossible,
Tom,
Stephen
any questions?
Stearns.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Yeah. Wow. A monster lives among us. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like there's just so much stuff to go over in there in the documents. Yeah, but tomorrow I'm going to make a video on the pings of Jennifer And I guess Stephen Stearns kind of overlap during a certain point in time, like around this time, 11:04. You know, the car is moving up. Let's see, probably kind of like around in this time frame. They're near each other for sure. Yeah, she's still right there over at the hospital area on that one. So we'll see how it works. Anyways, I think I'm gonna get the hell out of here. I always get so stressed doing these shows. You know, when you get all the just feverish people coming in from out of nowhere, just, you know, it's hard to deal with. I like just the shows where you're just kind of working through stuff, working together. Those are fun. Throat punch worthy. Remember his friend said he was always up and active at 4 a.m. I think I'm gonna make Esther M. We're gonna have to make you a moderator. Where's Sandy Shirley? It's gonna make her one too. Can't find it now. Where is it? Esther M. Where the hell is it? There it is. She's always so nice to everybody. Like every second of every day. Katya T. Thank you. Oh yeah? Huh. Stearns, I didn't remember anything like that. Stearns does have one of the most punchable faces in recent memory. I always like Katya T most of the time. Oh yeah, do you guys travel around to different channels together? Don't let them get their goat. And not jumping on the Jen bandwagon. Thank you, Gray, and interesting information, and for not jumping on the Jen bandwagon. Yeah, well, there you are. You're blue there. Most of the time. Yeah, most of the time, Katya T. Most of the time. I thought you were a channel member, Katya T. What happened? Yeah. That is an old saying. My mom used to say that to me. Oh, yeah? Well, how's it going, Lillian? Isn't it good to see Lillian in here, you guys? Hey, well, thank you, Esther. Yeah. When people go, it's not a good look, it's not a good look. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. If you got somebody in here that's just totally, you know, just basically saying F you to the whole, you know, the show in the chat, then, you know, it's not going to work out well. I don't just sit around and go, oh, it's okay, everybody. They just, you know, they might be having a bad day or something. Forget it, man. I'm not that desperate to get a sub, you know. It's like, and if 4 more leave because they think it was rude, then you're Karens. Get the hell out of here too, you know. No big deal. No big deal. You know, just be another case sometime down the road. Maybe some other people will like that one and sign up. I don't like to have, like, I don't like, you know, being a one-hit wonder like we've covered thousands of cases over here. A lot of times you don't get a lot of subs on the other cases because people aren't interested in them. So every once in a while when you cover the big cases, a lot of people jump on and sign up, or they become channel members, and then you build up your numbers. But unfortunately, when you move on to a different case, they don't keep watching. The ones that do keep watching are the ones that I like having around, because that means they're actual true crime fans, not just the Madeline Soto crime case watcher. Like they want to see what's going on in other ones. Like we've done some amazing things here, over the years. It's not all the time that you get to do something where it actually makes a difference, but like in the Madeline, whatever her name was, Checking a Maddie, remember that one? She, this is a girl that looked like she got abducted by somebody, and we, I talked to the sheriff. He talked to me privately on the side because I interviewed the boyfriend, and he was interested in that, and he told me all these facts. It was so weird. He told me all these facts, and by the facts that he told me, I was able to deduce that she didn't get kidnapped. She actually just got into a car with this guy and drove away. And that's exactly what happened. And then a couple weeks later or whatever, she came back to be with the other boyfriend again. I mean, it was just ridiculous. Hey, thanks, Feral AFA. Thank you for the mods, and Gray for handling the enlightened insufferables. Yep, he got that. Yep, Jody Arias 10 years ago. We did the McStay case. We did the... I wouldn't have a live stream. It was just I'd make videos on them years ago. So many. Wait, Jen didn't have two cars, did she? I mean, what are you talking about? TTJO Tracy sent me something and said, hey, he took Jen's SUV the night Maddie went missing on the 26th. Yeah, but it was really early in the morning hours on the 3rd. They say that in the comments, that she took her car. He took her car. She says that. Yeah. Yeah, I know. You're saying his car wasn't towed till later. But what difference does it make anyways? That doesn't imply her. That means he got up and used her car to not be detected. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know. People just want something to be something. We already looked all this up. Got my attention when you stood up for Chris Proudfoot. I saw it from the same perspective, and I appreciate that you didn't care about everyone else and their uninformed, gossip-driven opinions. Yeah, and, it's crazy because, yeah, I can't open emails. What if it was drugged in the trunk and died from the heat? I don't know. And he put her in the trunk because she was already dead. Yeah, I mean, the Chris Proudfoot in that case, it's just so ridiculous how people do it. And I'm not like always looking for that, but There's cases out there where both parents are, you can just tell that they're guilty because of the evidence that's out there, and you can just go, boom. This is one of those ones where I don't think she has anything to do with the death of Maddie. However, it's possible that she knew that they were having activities, and therefore it's negligent that she put her in that position. But I actually think it's more likely that Stephen Stearns manipulated the entire situation and made it seem totally normal there. That's why Jennifer so easily talks about how they used to sleep in different beds and so forth the whole time. It's just the way they did it there. And she didn't believe that there's anything sexual going on whatsoever. And she was shocked, and when she saw the pictures, she couldn't believe it. She acted the way you would think somebody would act when they saw that. When they eventually, at first she was kind of in denial, then she admitted it. Like, oh my God, that is his. Yeah, blah 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 blah. Yeah, I'm not following that case, Sebastian, currently, because there's nothing new or anything. Watching when you did the Kanika Jenkins. Yeah. Kanika Jenkins was huge, and that was another one. I was on the absolute opposite side of the entire population. The only person covering that case from the side that I covered it from. Okay? I was it. And I was right. And they were wrong. So, you can look at it like that. I'll stand on an island, so even though it doesn't make me popular, I'll just do whatever it seems that makes the most sense to me. And if you give me information that changes my opinion, I'll go, oh, well, there you go. Do you walk out backwards, Katya T? Slowly after you went through the door? It's funny when people say this comment. They always say stuff like, "Man, you always want to be right." And it's like, yeah, I mean, don't you? Put a 1 if you can't wait to be wrong. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Oh, everybody, I want to be wrong today. Yay, yeah, wow. I mean, what YouTube channel would you want to watch if they said, my goal today is to be as wrong as possible? Hope you enjoy it. No, what you probably want to find are people that they strive to be correct because of the way they look at the information, wouldn't you think? Yeah, Chasing, though, I kind of convinced her a little bit, though. That's the thing. There were times where she was like, dang, That's why she liked me, I think, is because it made her really kind of go, you know what? I think it's... I think it's funny. You always want to be right. Right. I wonder what did you say that before you took a test in school? Hell no! I want to get every answer wrong and get an F. It's just ridiculous. Ding, 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 ding. Great for years now, and I'm really thankful. Hey, well, cool, Lanky Tor. I always appreciate your kind comments all the time. Any final comments in here? It's 3:40. Getting late. 3 hours and 40 minutes, I mean, into the show. Wait, no, 4 hours. Wait, what is that? Is that really 4 hours and 4 minutes? That can't be that long. No, 3 hours and 42 minutes. There you go. Hey, look at that. It's TTJO Tracy up in there. I can't read your thing that you sent me. It's too small. That image. But we already read the part. I think it's on page, hold on, page 34 in my mind, I think. Maybe 35 at the top. During this time, it was discovered Jennifer's vehicle was driven on February 27th, 2024, between the hours of 3 in the morning and 4 in the morning hours in the area of US 192. Jennifer's vehicle had also traveled on February 28th at 4:42 in the morning and 10:55 hours between US 92. I wonder if he was kind of driving around checking to see, you know, what was going on at the crime scene at some points. Just driving around. So he drove her car multiple times. And he probably, you know what? He didn't have his own car there. So, of course, he's going to drive her car, right? So, like, his dad's car is the other one. So maybe the dad, you know, I don't know if the dad had a different car when he drove up. Yeah, that might be the 3 vehicles, right? So his dad came up. So he must have come up with a different vehicle than the Lincoln. Or, you know, maybe he got picked up by Stephen Stearns in the Lincoln, and we don't know. But I don't think Jennifer had 2 vehicles, right? I don't think she had and when you say SUV, I don't think she drove a SUV. TTGO Tracy. I think she drove just a regular sedan type. Let me see if I can find it. Oh yeah, this is the comment that I was reading earlier. Look at this one. Oh my God, single mothers can date but not let your kids sleep with them. What the F? Oh Jesus. Whew. Yeah, these are the vehicles right here based on the license plate that were in the documents that they were driving. This one right here is the, so it was a Lincoln MKZ, a Honda Civic, and a Nissan Sentra. I don't think any of those are considered to be SUVs. So those are the ones that they were tracking. Yeah, Jennifer has a car, and so she probably wasn't driving that day, and then he took her car driving around to try to throw people off if he thought maybe he was being tracked. And I don't know what he was doing. I mean, 3 in the morning, that's pretty crazy. Zozo was looking at that earlier too. Yeah, let's see what it said, man. I made my documents searchable. Took forever to get through these. Okay. At 8:30, I responded to reference to towing the 2022 Nissan 4-door sedan bearing Florida tag, located the vehicle in the parking lot, and towed it to the Orange County Sheriff's Office. So that must be, like, I don't know who has the Nissan, but that was one of the vehicles. That's kind of interesting, right? Let's see. Yeah, so there's a Nissan Sentra right there. And apparently they tow that vehicle. And then Lincoln was towed on February 28th, 2024, probably just later in the day. And also, you know, I kind of wonder when was that last towing? So maybe that's the thing. His dad, you know, that's his dad's car. So now, and I don't know. Maybe his dad was in town and he was using that. I don't know why. Yeah, it'd be cool to know where he went. But obviously he's not going to bring his phone with him. And at that time in the morning, maybe it doesn't show up on cameras. But I bet you law enforcement has a lot of this stuff already figured out at this point. I think there's way more documents out there. I followed the vehicle and it was being towed and relinquished custody to Orange County Sheriff. So that's her vehicle. I think. The Nissan must be hers, right? And that would have been on February 28th also. But that was in the evening. So he had just driven... He'd already completed driving her car around on the 27th early in the morning, on the 28th in the morning. Then they took it and towed it away. Yeah, so there you go. He was able to drive it twice and then towed away her vehicle. He drove it early in the morning hours. Huh. A lot of crazy stuff in here. A lot of crazy stuff. Yeah, hers was 2022 Nissan Sentra. Yeah. How's it going, Olga Ping King? Are you have you started lightening up your opinion a little bit? You know, thinking through it a little bit more, like, yeah, maybe, you know, I could see possibly something. He doesn't have a bond. So not. Okay. Well, when you turn out to be, well, let me ask you something though, Olga. Though, let's just say at the end, if it turns out that they say we can't find anything and we don't think she had any knowledge, will you? And they say we believe she's a victim of Stephen Stearns. They have her blacked out for a reason in this document, by the way. You know, if she was a suspect, she wouldn't have been darkened out, but it's just Stephen Stearns. So, you know, if they come back and say that she has nothing to do with it, we feel like she's a victim of Stephen Stearns and was not coerced, but like groomed and sort of manipulated into believing certain things are normal, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, based on their evidence. Would any of you guys that blame her now, would you go, oh man, that's horrible that happened to her? Or would you go, oh, she got away with it, man. See, and that's where it just gets crazy to me. To your kid? Are they still awake, Nikki Zubs? Let's see. Let's get good old Mary Lou up. Wow, you got kind of a deep sounding snore.
What do you mean, Gray?
Well, you sounded like this.
God, you're mean. You're mean. I agree with those people, Gray. You're mean. You're mean to your subs.
All right. Wait, where did that go? Oh, yeah. So you got to sing happy birthday to Ariana. Is it Ariana or Aria? Which one is it? Ariana or Ariana, Nikki Zubs? Which one is it? Which one is it?
Yeah, which is it? Hurry up! I gotta get back to sleep.
Oh, like air. Okay.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Happy birthday to Ariana. Happy birthday to Ariana. Happy birthday to Ariana. Happy birthday to you.
And many more.
Hey, I want to say happy birthday too. Shut up, Timmy. Happy birthday, Ariana.
Yeah, happy birthday, Ariana. Not too bad, Mary Lou.
Thanks, Gray.
It was actually terrible, again.
Gosh, Gray was so happy you liked it. Then you said it was terrible.
Poor Mary Lou. Jesus, what a baby. But happy birthday, Ariana. Well, he was cheating on her before. I don't know if he was currently cheating on her. We don't know. Yeah, Kelly. You know what makes me want to throw up? You. Just you in general. Not listening to you. Just you as a person. Let's see. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Don't worry about it. You're probably talking about Stephen Stearns, not me. You're probably on rewind. It's true. Insomniac birthday too, but I think they left. Maybe she's listening to the Stephen Stearns audio from a few minutes ago. Not me. Right, Kelly Davis? I agree with you. Stephen Stearns, he makes me want to throw up. That's why it's always good to have the noun in the story, you know? Or the object of who you're talking about. Let's see. Was Maddie awake in any of the video? Oh, I just did a whole video on that. Why, did you not watch it or what? Look at. Another birthday above. Look at. Oh, I can't just keep doing birthdays, you know. Jesus. Whose birthday is it? I don't know who that is. Are they a YouTuber or what? You should have told me before. Could have lumped them in. She had a big smile. Cool, Nikki Zubs. Family Dynasty, Swamp King. Oh, yeah? Cool. Yeah, that's the fact of it there, and Kenda, but I think Jennifer's a victim too, don't you think? Losing a child to a monster predator who wormed his way in, you know, manipulating his way in and grooming everybody and ends up killing one of them. Whew, wow. Wait, who's the other birthday? I don't know. Yeah, I bet you she's freaking out. I don't know. You know, the thing is it wouldn't shock me if there's more to it like that or anything like that. I just haven't seen anything. That's all I keep telling everybody. When you find that one smoking gun piece that points to something, you know, or if they arrest her, something like that, then boom, there's something, right? But there isn't something now, or she would have been arrested. So take your cue sometimes from law enforcement. Oh, Derek's the other birthday? I don't know where that is. Who Derek? You mean Derek? Our Derek? Live Free or Die's birthday? And every 7 years falls on Father. Is it your birthday, Derek? Or who are you talking about? Oh, so you're the wife talking then. Jesus, you guys. All right. Let's do it. Come on, Mary Lou.
All right, I'll do it again, everybody. Happy birthday to Derek. Happy birthday to Derek. Happy birthday to Derek. Happy birthday to you.
Wow. And many more?
What in the hell happened right there, Mary Lou? You sounded like you.
Well, I tell you what, Gray, I smoked some of that, the new cigarettes with Retsin. They're amazing cigarettes. They're low-cal cigarettes with Retsin. And I hocked one down just before. I didn't know I was singing again. And then what I did with...
we don't need to hear the long story. Okay, Jesus, you were terrible. But anyways, happy birthday, Derek. I'm glad Mary Lou found some time to jump in there at the end. Yeah, all right. There you go. There you go. Well, thank you all very much for being here tonight. And if you like my channel, hit that subscribe button. If you don't like it, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. If you could hit the like button anyways. 852 likes. It'd be great to get a couple more. Yeah. Counselors and teachers they weren't told enough to investigate. That's what we learned when reading it. There was no alarming information. Cheryl, thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Chicken Wing. That's what she said. Alley Cake, Cheryl, WNC Granny, Michelle. Linda Howell is in Linda Molden Howe of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles. WNC Granny, gifted a membership. Georgina Stoliker, Wendy Van Rokel, Brown Eyed Girl 714, Astral Clover, and Brown Eyed Girl was a cat eye, then Astral Clover, and then Astral Clover became a new member, and then Mark Willis with a cat eye, and then Feral AFA, Mark Willis again, Alley Cake, Brown Eyed Girl 714, K Me, WNC Granny, Paulette Leonard, Michelle A. Hernandez, a new member, then Maggie M., Jim Lawn, Shiloh Mary, Mark Willis, Esther M., who's a new mod now, then Joni the Jogger, Michelle H., Nikki Zubs, Jim Lawn, Jessica Bly, Lisa Valenzuela, Graciela Gonzalez, Quinta Huggins, Brennis Brat, or Brian is, I know it is. Bryn is a brat. Bryn is brat, right? Alley Cake, Quinta Huggins, Esther M., then Feral AFA new member, Quinta Huggins, Lanky Tor, CP, Feral AFA, Lisa Lindmark, Jim Lawn, Mark Willis, Aaron Elliott. And then I gifted 5 memberships. Then Humanimal, Signals, Alex, Astral Clover, Alex, Lil Puppy Paws, Katja T, Feral AFA. There you go. Thank you, guys. All right. Gonna keep on trucking this month. I'll make a video tomorrow on the movements. I'll just do it kind of free form, I think. Yeah, and anyways, thanks to all the new members out there. Now, if you don't like my personality, don't let it sweat you. There's plenty of other channels out there. They won't cover true crime accurately. They'll just do it the way that seems more, where's the wind blowing, and they'll go in that direction, okay? This is where you get the real information. If you want to, have somebody that critically thinks through true crime and tries to figure out what's going on, that's what'll happen. And I go where the evidence goes. So if eventually we get more pieces of information, I will go in that direction, wherever it takes me. But currently there is not enough information to be throwing Jennifer under the bus because you don't agree with some choices that they made in their own little unit that might have seemed normal to them, even though it's not normal to the rest of us. Right. And I would only say that in this situation because this is classic predator behavior that creates exactly what we see in this case. That's exactly what we're seeing. I know a lot of guests that you see on TV even, they go down that route because it's cool. It's neat. It's like That's what everybody wants you to say. I'd have 4,000 people watching if I spent every show going, oh man, and I just went on and on and on and tried to twist every piece of information into pointing towards her doing it. But that'd be selling my soul, and I'm not going to do it. All right? But you get people in here that get so angry that you don't do it that they make rude comments, and then when you blast them back, apparently it's, it doesn't make me look good, but, I'm just am who I am. I'm not going to pretend to be somebody else and not respond. And, I wish I could just be one of those people that go, I'm sorry you feel that way. See you later. Okay? Can't do it. Anyways, we got that. Let's see. We also had Lillian and also Monica on PayPal. Thank you. And that's it. So very cool, you guys. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. Hope you guys come back again. Make sure to watch the video tomorrow, and when you watch it, make sure to hit the like button, comment under the video, and then share it somewhere. That takes pressure off the night shows for trying to raise the income to keep the channel at the level that we're at. I mean, I'd like to donate this year, at least 50,000. We're kind of on that pace, so hopefully we'll get to that. So we'll see. And that's out of my income, it's painful, just who you are, Gray, and tell them goodbye, as you do. That's right. Yeah. So, anyways, I appreciate you guys. Thanks you for all the people, the new subscribers out there, and all the new members. Hope you stick around. I know that a lot of times when people get the free memberships, they don't really stick around. So if you're ever out there and you want to become a channel member, get the cool little emojis you get to use. I'm trying to figure out a way where I can do more like just live streams for channel members every once in a while too. An hour here, an hour there, something like that. That'd be kind of fun. So there you go. Thanks, everybody. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. And wait, hold on. Let me see what the dogs are doing. There's Blue. Let's see what we got here. 1, 2. Man, his breathing rate's so good right now. It's perfect. Look at that. It's probably like 24 again. Just really low, slow, just like they're supposed to be. Good old Blue, man. Likes that sleep. So, all right, you guys. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Is that a trigger
I've been
bunny?
doing this true crime thing for quite a while.
It is a trigger bunny.
And during this whole
I think
time,
it's the trigger bunny,
I've seen
Gray.
one person.
Yeah,
That is
I really
a
do. Crime dissector, a thug rejector, I'm certified human lie detector.
Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old
Projector, crime sector,
is my
nectar.
nectar.
Professor Graham's gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a bomb protector.
Fool
Deflector,
interceptor,
and I'm meaner than a spectre
with a
vector.
vector on his pector. With all respect, ya. Just remember, I've a temple fucking check ya.
I have no agenda, I'm no pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without a blender.
And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. Alright, everybody? Talk to you later.
Good night, everybody.
And be safe out there.
Gee.
Oh boy.
I'm tired of it, 10 down, 15 on, I better dang bear on 15, I better dang bear on 15, 20, I better dang bear on 15, better
Hit
dang
that
bear on
like
20,
button, hit that
I
like
better dang
button.
bear on 30, and 30, and 30, 20, I better dang bear on 30, you want to 30, sir, 25.